like I feel today. Feeling tomorrow like I feel today. I'll pack my trunk and make my getaway.
Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to the Tales from the Foxhole presents City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign, Episode 9. The title we don't know yet because we'll find out at the end, and I hope that you will suggest it, all of y'all. I'm so glad you're here. And also, Shinobi233, I'm glad you could be here as well. Welcome in. This is our Fate French Resistance game. It's using the Fate core system, actually Fate Condensed, the Fate Condensed system, with some additions from myself and also sort of taken from other places to create a fairly gritty and challenging, exciting, dangerous.
I have my wine right here and ready to go.
Yeah, dangerous sort of French Resistance campaign. And I am so glad to have all of you here chat for this moment. And this is our, we have for season 2, as we did for season 1, we had one solo episode per player, and this is our third of 4 solo episodes. This is the solo episode for the character of Sylvie, and we have a lot to do today. We'll see. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Before we get into the introductions, I just want to say thank you for being here, and if you would like to support this show, which is all down to the hard work of the crew, the cast, they're amazing. And if you would like to support us,
GM's amazing.
Oh, you're just making up stuff.
Hey, can't make up the truth.
Well, I'm just pretend like you didn't say that. That's fine. Because I'm gonna get all nervous and embarrassed. I would say that we have, if you would like to support this show, which I would love if you did, but if you would like to support this show, the number one way you can support this show is if you tell people. Just tell people that our show exists. Well, the number one thing you can do is actually just be here and watch the show. And watch the show and be here with us. And if you would like to, wait, what do we have? I
believe what you're saying is to support us with your bodies.
Yes, support us with your bodies. I see you, Coldrake. I'm going to note that. I will note it after I get. We both are interesting. Fascinating. Coldrake, I see you. It's because my Zoom window sort of switched its size, and it's a little bit weird. And as for adjusting the lighting, this is I've got 5 lights on me right now, Rissa. It's just that the C922 is a camera that is not the best camera, and so hello. So this is the lighting that you get when I'm on this particular camera, but we will soon one day switch it out. But yeah, this is you actually have no idea. Oh, Raiders. Adonis Nimbus.
Raiders.
Thank you for the raid. And if we could maybe tell our raiders hello. We have our raid command.
Oh, hello.
Give them give our raiders a
pleasure to have raiders as always.
Are they raiders of the Lost Ark? I was
trying to come up with something for that, and it just wasn't happening.
So
Raiders of the Lost
Panda Bear. Yes. So you can support us just by being here, and if you'd like, you could retweet that we are live. If you'd like, you can follow this channel. Also, you can hang out in our Discord, which we have, and chat with us. We have a channel and everything. Also, if you would like, you can support us on Patreon, which is Academic Foxhole, and that goes to help pay for and support the cast, and also our graphic artist Ifrithiel, who has done all of our promos and our overlays that you're seeing here. And is that it? Is that all the pre-promo stuff? I think it is. Yes. So I would like to introduce the woman of the hour who is going to be on the hot seat for the entire episode. I would like to introduce one of my faves, Rockette Fox. Please tell us who you are and tell us who you are playing, and then I will ask you a question. And while you do that, I'm going to look at our placements. Go ahead. I leave it to you.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Rockette Fox, and I can be found all over the place where Rockette Foxes are found. Likely, if you Google me, you'll find me. I'm the only Rockette Fox I've found thus far. I could be in the room with you right now. You don't even know. And yes, I am playing our very own Sylvie, who is... She is she's a swanky jazz singer who doesn't have plannings, which that's not necessarily true. She has plans of her own designs, but not, after we've seen everything that Regina does, it's not quite on the same level as that. But she's known for speaking her mind, being a little bit headstrong, perhaps. Sass is a word we might throw in.
Sass is a word we might throw in there, as a matter of fact. Tell us a little bit more about her.
Yeah, so she is actually biracial, half Asian person, because I thought, hey, why? As much as I've played, I haven't done that yet, and why not play from the heart? So, but she's actually also an American who moved to Paris after, something might have happened back in the U.S. So she actually had moved to Paris in search of, a dream within a dream, with Charlie, who is our current bartender, who at the time was her lover. And last we left off, she was actually going to see Charlie because maybe with the crew having a lot of work that they're doing, a lot of stuff for the resistance, they're running around, doing missions, doing some stuff, and maybe the tending of the bar, the working of the club, the running of everything, the shutting down, the cleaning up, et cetera, was maybe falling on one person, which, we realize is not the way it should be, and so after last time when Charlie was trying to have some conversation, some things got wrapped up that needed to. Some people didn't die. That was neat. And so Sylvie decided she's going to go over and visit Charlie at her place of residence.
Well, after curfew.
Curfew is for losers. Or people who want to not wind up dead. I don't know.
Yes. Oh, and I should say I'm troopersjp. I'm the GM for these shenanigans is what I am. I'm the GM for these shenanigans. So Oh, I actually think that my mic is too loud. I don't like it. I'm gonna turn my mic down if y'all don't mind. I feel like you've already heard me enough.
Never.
I did want to
Never.
ask you a question. I like to ask everyone a question, and I do have a question for you before we dive in.
I have an answer of sorts.
So you have been in Paris for quite some time,
It's true.
and you are a people person.
Also true.
In many
A people
ways.
person, a woman of the people, a woman of the men, of the women,
Of everyone,
of everyone, not children. That's inappropriate.
No,
but
no.
everyone else.
Sure, men, women, third sex, earnings,
Yes!
inverts, you name it. We're all
Yes, she does not draw boundaries
there. No,
really anywhere.
although I feel like you don't get along with everyone.
Well,
Feel like there might be someone in your life who you have not gotten along with.
that may be true. There may have been a couple of frenemies made along the way.
Would you describe one of these frenemies, if you would?
So there was a time when Sylvie was not the Sylvie that we all know and love. In fact, whenever she first came to Paris, she started working on the lower levels of Bricktops, and she actually worked her way up, as is one to do when you're building your dream. And during these times, she actually had made friends with a wealthy lady, a lady of class, a lady that, by all appearances, was what visually Sylvie would have thought she wanted to kind of model herself after. So this lady was named Charlotte Dubois, and she had class. She had, she knew how to work a crowd, and she wasn't a performer necessarily, but she was a society person. And she always knew how to get what she wanted in situations. And as Sylvie made her way up as a performer, and as she took over the bar, she and Charlotte had become close enough, as two people can be who are, people who are after their own thing.
I'm sorry, can we pause? Because with Sylvie, I do have to ask. They became close?
Not quite that close.
Okay, I'm just asking. Go ahead.
Yeah, they didn't become that close because you can't. It's
Too many alpha women.
It's hard to fall in bed with yourself, and essentially Charlotte Dubois is like the dark Sylvie in a way. So, she is. If Sylvie were to be described as a sexy Jedi, then Charlotte is an evil Sith.
but a sexy evil Sith.
Yes, that is correct. So essentially, at one point, Charlotte had come to Sylvie and had this whole plan laid out where she wanted to transition Bricktops into a house of ill repute. And granted, Sylvie has no problem with houses of any kind, ill repute or otherwise. She has no problem with the lifestyle, with the job, with the people. However, Charlotte happened to make quite a bold move by insisting, nay, even making active moves in trying to convert said bar into a house of ill repute. And at one point, Sylvie went nutso on Charlotte's bum, and they parted ways. And
that sounds violent.
Violence is such a word that people use on occasion. But at the time, Charlie was also managing bar and totally had Sylvie's back because she was right. Because the thing is, too, that Charlotte did not, in being a Darth Sylvie, Charlotte does not respect the people in the way that Sylvie does. Like, she she realizes that she has not been as kind and loving to Charlie as she needs to for these past couple weeks, and she's going to remedy the situation now. Like she may be a little bit flighty at times and may, you know, let her whims get the best of her, but Sylvie had, you know, she is a business owner and she does care about the people she cares about. But Charlotte, this Dubois, as she has been called by some, she is out for number one and number one alone, and Sylvie does not like that. And she did see more of that as time went on. So,
I would like to ask some follow-up questions, if you
Yes.
don't mind.
yes.
One, so there was some violence that happened, and Charlotte Dubois is a society lady, and you are less of a society lady, also not French. I want to ask you why it was that what happened with the police?
Well, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't so much violence as a grand chewing out and a threat of violence. Because when it comes down to it, Sylvie will follow up her threats by a fisticuff or two. Charlotte will not. She is full of emptiness and ice. And much like ice, if you push her over, she'll shatter.
All right.
And also, Sylvie is more famous.
Sylvie may be more famous, but you are a foreign citizen.
Fair.
Just noting it. So now, how long ago was this? We're in 41 right now. The Nazis came in last year. It's only a couple months ago, really. When did this falling out happen?
This would have been, oh gosh, how long has Sylvie...
How long has Sylvie been
you
here?
know, because Sylvie, it was probably about... Sylvie's been in charge of the bar for probably about like 5 years, I want to say. She rose, and that's a pretty quick time considering, you know, she spent some real time like making her way up. And, you know, it wasn't long after she took over that Charlotte tried to make her move. So it would have been about a good 4.5 since this whole event took place.
How long has Sylvie been in Paris?
12 years.
Just curious. Yep, makes sense to me. So, all of us, dearest and most beloved audience members, let's have a discussion about where we are. Welcome to episode 9 of City of Light and Shadow. In this game, in this moment, it is the 25th of July, 1941. We are in occupied Paris. The Nazis came in 1940, and at this point in time, the city is under siege. Millions of people left Paris as the Nazis came in, but many did not. And now we live in a city with German soldiers on every corner and desperate food shortages. And also shortages of gas. At this moment, the Allies are blockading. A lot of things are not coming through into France. And of course, what things France has, Germany is taking. Germany is taking 80% of all the food that France produces. And the people in Paris are living off of rations, and those rations, they have like about 1,300 calories a day rations. It's very difficult for people to survive. And that's if you can get it. There are people who cannot, of course. But Paris is in a moment of if you think about what it's like in this moment, the French government, the Vichy government run by Pétain, is collaborationist. They're also sort of a national socialist government. Women don't have the vote. There have always been brothels in Paris, but once the Germans got here, they opened up like maybe 200 or so more brothels just for German soldiers. there are now movie theaters and cafes just for German soldiers. But you also still have artists and theater and music and entertainment, and partly because German soldiers really enjoy entertainment, and Paris is a bit of a tourist destination for German soldiers as like rest and relaxation. You'll be sort of moved through in that way. But it's also a city with a lot going on. It is a city full of intrigue, but it's a city where someone's always listening. There's always someone around, and there are thousands of anonymous letters that are sent to the French police denouncing people as maybe resistance members. People they're informants. You never know. Anybody down the street sitting next to you in your bar at a cafe could be an informant or might denounce you, whether you did something or not. It's a moment of paranoia, fear, desperation, and we've just had a roundup of 3,000 Jews just two months earlier. Was the over 3,000, and that was all mostly Polish, so nobody French, so I'm sure it's fine, but doesn't look good. We have competing radio stations. We have Radio London, which broadcasts, it's the BBC broadcasting out of London, which gives pro-Ally information, and then Radio Paris, which gives pro-Nazi information. Competing, it's illegal to listen to Radio London. A lot of things are illegal. Bringing in food from out of city is illegal. A lot of things are illegal. And what does it mean to be in a city where so many things that were once normal were illegal things? And with this thought, it will bring us, Rissa says that I should give you your support, and I suppose I will.
I mean, I wasn't going to interrupt, but
we have, because it's a solo episode, by the way, surprise, Fox, you'll like to know this, because it's a solo episode, players cannot get access to the full support of London all on your own sum.
Oh.
No. So rather than support from London, you get letters from home. And that is only 2 bits of support. And we're going to get you 2 fate points. From
the letters from home, that's so nice though.
Right? From Coldrake.
I'll take it.
And Rissa.
Thank you.
She's gonna need it. For no reason. Maybe she won't need it. I think it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Right. Can I ask, if you are getting support from home, which can be metaphorical as well as literal, who might it come from?
I would say a letter from my home would probably come from my mother.
Mm-hmm.
Who still lives, who still is in America. But a lot of my leaving the country was also for the family because, during those days,
Was it those days when you killed someone?
Okay, so during those days too, but also during the days of earlier times than that, an interracial couple, not particularly smiled upon. It wasn't exactly a marriage kind of situation. It was more a happened and then pregnancy and then single mother kind of situation. And having that kind of a thing unfold culturally because my mother was a first generation kind of gal. And so then you also get shunned by your own community. You get shunned by, the current culture. And then you throw on top of that maybe, you know what I mean, kill somebody. Well,
How much of a wild child were you back in St. Louis, by the way?
yeah, not so. Well, okay, I
I
say
mean,
that.
come on now.
I
Just
say
you can
not
talk to
so.
me. You can tell me these
I
things.
say not so crazy, but I mean, I guess she she was involved with a gal pal and did kill a man.
I feel
But
like you were not going to Sunday school, is what I'm trying to tell you.
hey, you don't know. You don't know. She was not going to Sunday. She was not going to Sunday school.
Yeah, no.
But no. And here's the thing: she wasn't actually like she was smoking her cigarettes. She was, she in those days she was wearing her pants and stuff like that. And she was running around a bit, but she was also not running with the craziest crowds either. Like the whole situation that unfolded with the person that she ended up offing, that was a self-defense situation. That was when she was attacked.
Yeah.
Which do want to throw out that she would not admit this, because they had talked about this and talked about that she would not talk about this due to the fact that she said she wouldn't, and she made the other person promise that they wouldn't mention it either. But there was a witness to that. It was Charlie. So but yeah, who really couldn't do anything about it. So
Could you explain that a little bit more? Because I feel like that's some information we need to know before we go forward. When you're about to go and meet Charlie, I feel like I need a little bit more information about that, if you would.
Well, yeah. So essentially, what had happened, because as we know, Charlie tends to dress a little more on the non-gendered side.
It's true.
That's a little more what's comfortable. Also, not a white woman. So like you have two minority people who are both women who are hanging out in a romantic way, and they were I guess a little out there enough that they weren't gonna try and like hide their business. They're not out there like making out in the streets, but they would hold hands, which in those days would be basically making out in the streets.
Depends on who you are. If you are two proper ladies, you could hold hands all you wanted. If maybe some of you were wearing pants, and I mean,
hang on.
Just,
and it had gotten to the point where like Sylvie would be wearing dresses, and then Charlie would be wearing pants and stuff like that, and but it became a thing. So anyway, they ended up being attacked one evening after a date night. And they were attacked by some guys, and Charlie ended up trying to they were both trying to fend people off, but Charlie was trying to protect Sylvie. Sylvie is a little bit smaller than Charlie. So Charlie was trying to protect Sylvie and stuff, and Sylvie's scrappy, so she was trying to
instigate,
do what she could as well. But they ended up like kind of getting Charlie in such a way where arms back, pinned, and stuff like that. And someone at some point like had I don't know, there was like some sort of like, I don't know, it was in an alley or something, like somewhere that's a little off the main street, as it were, because at least it wasn't being done in full view of the public. So neat. But I mean, more nefarious things I think were going to be unfolding. And Sylvie went nuts. Like she went nuts. Like she ended up she managed to, because her mother had at least tried to show her some like basic self-defense is the best that she could and stuff like that. So she ended up like they had a rope kind of deal, and she had offhand mentioned this in an earlier episode.
Yeah.
But they had a rope that they were like trying to tie her up with, and then she ended up getting hold of it, and like somehow, and she doesn't totally like, a lot of it's a blur, but she somehow like got it around this guy's neck through like the shuffle,
Mm-hmm.
and she just like started like she kind of, because in their not being ladylike, they would do like stuff with like knot tie, and different things like that. So she like started, she took it and she started just like twisting it and twisting it and twisting it, and she kept twisting it, and eventually the guy just stopped moving. And even after like, and the other people started kind of real, because they were trying to get her off, but
Yeah.
like she like, it's kind of like when you have like a feral animal that like cannot be stopped,
And it's a little scary.
yeah, so
Yeah.
like I mean, she was like biting and like scratching and stuff, and she's like twisting this thing, and so they kind of at this point like leave, and then she is like screaming and like twisting this thing, and then finally like the guy, like his leg is kind of kicking, but then it stops, and she's still like, she is still doing this thing. And then Charlie at one point like comes, like doesn't really know what to do, and then comes over and is like kind of like touches her, and then kind of like is trying to shake her a little bit, and then like realizes they need to get out of here.
Yeah.
And so kind of like gathers her up, and they get out of here. So that's what happened on that occasion.
What ended up happening? Would like, I'm sure this was investigated by the police. Were you completely fine? Were you worried about it?
They did not wait to find out. That like Charlie, it was actually Charlie's kind of bringing it up like, yo, this is gonna be problematic. They like, Charlie took Sylvie back to her home, because like Charlie was very close with Sylvie's mom too, like they all kind of and they went back to their like Sylvie's home, and I get the sense that Charlie actually been staying there as well, and kind of told Sylvie's mom what had happened, and like who was like, you cannot stay here, you cannot. I mean, she had seen, I mean, she knew what was going to happen, and like and Sylvie at this point is kind of calming down, but this is not like the Sylvie of last season who shot a man is not the Sylvie of over a decade ago who just like strangled a guy after being like attacked. And so her mom had actually brought up like, hey, what if like I've had this money that I've been saving up, like you two need to get out of here. And so, I mean, Charlie was a big part of like actually getting the logistics together, because Sylvie wasn't really in a place to do that.
And Charlie would have known people in the scene in Paris. There was like a bunch of people there.
And Charlie knew that Sylvie liked to sing. She did all the time. I mean, she hadn't really performed, but she, I mean, she liked it a lot, and they'd always talk about, kind of like the glitz and the glam and like, oh, what if kind of thing. So what better time than going on the lam to make that thing happen. So I mean, if Sylvia ever returned to the States, would she be arrested? Who knows?
Because you don't know what happened. You split
that night, like without further ado.
Because I imagine there were other witnesses, because there were groups of guys, right? So those guys aren't all dead, just one of them. Hey, chat. I don't know if you all know this, but in 1907, when was Sylvie born?
Oh my God. It's let's see. It
It's 41 right
currently
now.
is 41.
Mhm.
She is 38. So math.
She's 38? Oh, I didn't know she was 38. Good for her.
Listen,
She
she
ages
is
well.
not a spring chicken.
No. So like what? 1903.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Krellin, yes. Thank you. Sylvie does not in math, especially with a glass of wine in her hand. The stereotypes are false.
So I suppose what I'd say, it's like interesting data for chat. In 1907, they passed the Expatriation Act. The United States Congress passed the Expatriation Act of 1907, which basically says if you are a white woman and you marry, basically they really wanted to stop they didn't want white women marrying Asian men, that you would lose your citizenship. So that was not repealed until the 1920s. So that,
about that?
Yeah. So there's like, so basically, if you married, basically, is what they, that's what they were thinking about. So, right, like just thinking about ways in which marriage was tricky, right, at those moments. So this is what we know about Sylvie and her relationship with Charlie. People who've known each other.
Complicated.
It's complicated. We've known each other a very, very long time.
Well, and it's very like they've been through in a way, and even though granted they weren't kids, they essentially grew up a lot together.
Yeah, because you would have been if you're 38 now, you have been like what 26, right?
Yeah.
When you came over.
Yeah.
So let's talk about what has happened last time for our audience. Our team, who are all members of the French Resistance, based out of a club called Bricktops Cafe, which was once owned by this sort of black lesbian club owner, Ada Bricktop, who owned a number of clubs in Paris, and all the jazz people would come and be there. And she was like, I'm going to leave Paris because the Nazis are coming. And she, left one of her clubs to our dear Sylvie, who now is a member of this French resistance cell. And this group of resistors based out of this club have been, they started off trying to save art, and then they're trying to save people. And they have grown and got more influence and gotten into more trouble. And when we last left our heroes, they have been, they told the Gestapo that they were working for German military intelligence, the Abwehr, and in order to get Sylvie out of a torture situation where she was being tortured, and
not in the fun way.
Not in the fun way. And I would say that since then they have now gotten a handler, a woman named Charlotte, who Colette, that's her code name, who has been giving them missions. They have yet to fulfill their missions, but they've only gotten them for a couple of days. And one of the things that Colette wants is she wants them to kill this guy, Marc Calvet, real fast, ASAP, as soon as possible. They would like that. She would like that very much. And to make it look
casual.
Make it look
just a casual death.
Just make it look good. And that was a thing that they had on their plate. And they drugged their British handler with barbiturates.
Or just out of fun. Not, he apparently just can't handle fun.
Barbiturates and alcohol. Phenobarbital, alcohol, not so good. They did save his life, though. And I will say,
that's right.
Yes, that you have...
That's the important thing to take out of all of this.
You have no more of those drugs left. That one, your drugs are done. Yeah.
Oh, no.
But you also... you saved his life. That was a big deal. You learned that Hannah Roth, who is your doctor friend, has been having a bit of a hard time because a lot of Jewish women with children, their husbands were rounded up just 2 months ago, and so they have no income and they are not getting food. So that's not great. But being agents working for the Germans means that you're getting better food than everybody else, and you're getting more stuff, and your club's doing well. And so that was like one of the spaces where you left off. And also, Charlie told Oscar that the young kid Luke, the young barback, who's sort of like a mascot of the club, went off with a gun on some kind of a mission, maybe. And Oscar's like, "Oh no!" and went off into the night. To see if he could find this young man. And but Sylvie and the rest of the group are not aware of this. They, in the end, that Friday night, Sylvie said to Tango, who is another agent who is living with her because he has to stay somewhere.
Yeah, he can't just stay on the streets.
Right? That she said to him, "You know what? I'm not going to go home right now. I'm going to go and see Charlie, who had already packed up, and see how she's doing." And Regina and Dr. Hannah Roth, having sort of saved the handler, made sure he was all right, went back to the basement where they stay, and
some cuddling,
for some spooning, and that leaves Sylvie on her way over to Charlie's. And when she arrives at Charlie's apartment in the middle of the night, after 11, sort of late Friday night, it's a warm July summer evening, she heard a voice on the end. She saw a slight light, dim light under the door, and a voice on the other side of the door. It's well after curfew. And the voice was a man's voice who said, "If you don't give me the money, I will burn your club down." And that is where we pick up at this moment. It's after curfew. It is shortly after a new moon. The city is dark, with all the lights out to sort of avoid being bombed. And you just hear the voice of that man, the voice of someone on the other end of the door. What would you like to do?
I'm going to keep listening for a moment. Does Charlie respond?
She says, "Well, I will get you the money. I just need a little bit more time. It's been very, very busy in the club. You can't just expect things to happen so quickly. This is, it's a little bit difficult. I mean, you have to understand that." And then you hear this man say, "Well, what has been so difficult about it? What all are you doing? The business looks good." And she says, well, it's not like I can just, these things are difficult. I can't just take money. Things will get noticed. Things have to go, you have to move more slowly. You have to.
I don't like it. Sylvie doesn't like it. She's going to knock on the door very, very quickly and announce, "Special delivery."
Everything is quiet for a moment, just for like that one split second as you knock, and then you hear a couple of different voices all at once. You hear Charlie go, "Fuck," and then you hear that man say, "Who is that? Who is that?" And you hear Charlie say, "That's no big deal. Let me just get the door. I'll be all right." And you hear one of the voices, a different male voice, say, "You're not going anywhere. We'll just see who that is and let them in." And you can hear Charlie say, No, it's all right. Let me just go to the door and just see. It's probably nobody important." And then one of the voices says, After midnight, I bet it's someone very important to you if they are braving the curfew to see you. I think we might want to see who is so important to you that they would come and break curfew. Hmm? And you can hear Charlie wanting to sort of like say, oh, no, it's not a big deal. Don't, don't. And the door opens. And sadly, I could not get this photograph to load, and I'm very, very sad about it. Like my life is full of sorrow, and an unending sorrow of sadness that I could not get this photo up the way that I wanted to.
Oh no!
I know, it's really sad. My life is very sad. When you look in her apartment it's not very large, right? Her apartment has never been particularly big. She's never really had a huge place. It's kind of a smaller apartment in one of these sort of larger buildings. Inside this smaller apartment, you can open the door and you see her living room. And of course, her bedroom is off to the right. And there's like a little sort of kitchen space. It's not a full kitchen off to the left. And in this sort of central space, she's probably on like the 4th floor of one of these buildings. She's got like a really nice window that sort of outlooks onto the city in Montmartre. And in this sort of small apartment, you see 4 men. And these men are well dressed. They're dressed in suits, fine suits, expensive suits. And all of them are actually quite large. They're all fairly muscular and physical fellows, with sort of light overcoats over their hands. They're not wearing them, of course, but there's let's say 2 by 2. 2 of the men. I mean, they're all pretty beefy guys. I will tell you, they're all pretty beefy guys, but 2 are less well dressed than the other. Like 2 are really well dressed, really finely well dressed, and then 2 are dressed okay, right? With you're Sylvie, you know things about the world and life. 2 of them are dressed like the clothing of, I would say, suits that you would get if you were a working class person who he's wearing a kind of a slightly nicer suit. That's 2 of the men, and then the other 2 men are wearing really expensive suits. And okay. I would note that at this point in time in Paris, fabric's hard to come by. So if you have expensive suits, you have money. You have a lot of money, perhaps a distressingly large amount of money. And
distressing. How intriguing.
Perhaps. And all of these men here are dark-haired, dark-eyed. They've got their hair slicked back in a kind of stylish fashion. And I would say, and I cannot show you the photograph because my life is sad, but I can describe them. They've got their hair cut short, slicked back. One of them has got like a cleft chin, sort of ear sticking out a little bit. And the other one is sort of like a slightly bigger, like that fellow is a little bit thinner, but still sort of muscular. And the other sort of fellow with the big suit next to him is broader, sort of like a wider face, like no really, really thin lips, not like very thin sort of pressed lips. And they stand there sort of, and she's sort of sitting at her table, and the one who's a little bit thinner is sitting at the table across from her, and the larger one is standing on the other side, standing on the side of the table. And then these 2 men are not close to the table. They're sort of more around where the kitchen is. They're sort of basically giving space to this conversation that's happening. Just watching, but it is one of these bigger, one of the sort of, let's call them muscle. Let's call them muscle. I'm not implying anything about these people, but let's just call them muscle. But
they're the muscle.
Yeah. And one of these people, the muscle, opens up. He's the one with the door, and he's got the door open, and he's got his hand in his coat pocket in a way that says to you he probably has a gun. Like, it's just that vibe. And they look, and she looks She has a look that is complicated to read, but let's just go with alarmed. Let's go with alarmed to see
Sylvie
you.
has that effect.
Yes. And the man opening the door doesn't say anything, but the fellow in the back, one of the well-dressed men, says, it is this songbird. Come in. Welcome into the apartment of your friend.
Sylvie straight up just kind of like pushes the guy out of her way as somebody who's been a woman who's been running a business for 5 years in this area of Paris. I mean, she's been around for a minute. So she's just going to push past this guy and just kind of shoot him an eye. And it depends. Is he good looking?
I would say, he's muscle. The muscle is.
She'll shoot him kind of a sour look, but then she'll regard the muscle part and just be like, and
he's a broken nose, right? I mean, he's not
no.
His nose has been broken, I will say. It's not currently broken. He's not like unhandsome, but he's not, I mean, I'll tell you what, if you like rough trade, then you might like him. If you like that type, then yeah, he might do it for you.
Instead of pushing past, she's gonna tell him, well, why don't you be a gentleman? Get out of my way.
And he just kind of steps back, sort of taken aback by that sort of moment, and lets you in and shuts the door behind you. And it is you, Charlie, and these 4 men. And
to Charlie, she's going to be like, Charlie, I'm very disappointed. You leave the bar without saying anything to me, and then you come back and host a party like this with these sorts of very finely put together gentlemen, and you don't even invite me.
Well, it was, the bar was closed, and it was time for me to go home. And what are you doing out here, Miss Moreau?
Well, we had numbers to go over. As you know, we haven't been over the numbers yet this week, and it was very important to me. Who's your friend over here? You. Who are you?
And
the one who spoke to her.
Yeah. And the man who's sitting down, who's the one who spoke to you, looks at you and smiles. And he says, we have not had the chance to be acquainted. And he stands up.
My loss.
And he strides over to you, and he's not super, super tall. 5'5", maybe 5'5", 5'6", 5'7", right around there, which is not particularly short in 1940s. He's a bit olive complected. So is the other fellow. They've kind of got a slight handsomeness to them, mainly because they've got enough money to sort of be well groomed in this moment. And he smiles this like bright smile. His teeth glint a little bit in the sort of dim light of this apartment because you can't have your lights on too strong. And he goes, I have been wanting an introduction to you, Miss Moreau, for some time, but your friend here says it was never necessary, but I'm glad to meet you. And he puts out his hand.
Well, the pleasure is mine. She accepts.
He kisses your hand.
My, what charming manners. And who, exactly, may I have the honor of being acquainted with this fine evening?
Well, we are new management of the neighborhood.
Interesting. This sounds like a business conversation. Should I get out my business cigarette?
Well, please. And he nods, and one of the muscle, pulls over a chair and brings it to you so that you can sit at this table. And the other fellow, who's the larger one, is just sort of standing and watching. And they're sort of regarding you, and Charlie does not look happy. She looks really unhappy. Like, if it was a scale of happy to not happy, right? Like if happy is here and not happy is here, like she's over there. She's quiet. She's not saying anything because this is kind of your moment. Do you know what I mean? Like this is Sylvie's talking, and she tends to. She's not a big talker anyway, but she tends to defer right to Sylvie when Sylvie's in that moment. But you can tell she is not happy with the situation. You don't think she's happy to see you. That is not the impression you get. Yeah, and the slightly smaller fellow smiles, and he holds out the chair for you.
Oh, well, thank you. So, tell me more about this business of yours.
Well, this is our neighborhood and has been for the last 2 or 3 years. Yes, you see, Charles Codebo, who he was no longer useful in this neighborhood. I did not think that he was doing a good job taking care of all the businesses in the neighborhood, and well, he had to go, and we now our associates are now in charge.
So, tell me this then, being in charge and keeping up the neighborhood like such a fine organization such as yourself. What, as a business owner, as I am, can I expect from your services?
He smiles. And now, you have been here a while. You've lived in Paris for 12 years. Charles Codebo is a name you know. It's not a name you know particularly well. You've never had to deal with this person or interact with this person. Maybe you've seen them once some years ago. But as far as you know, Charles Codebo was, for want of a better word, well, in French it would be the parent, but the godfather of this neighborhood. He was sort of like a French mob, the milieu, and he was sort of like a kind of a big important mobster and had been for a really long time, sort of in charge of the Montmartre area. But you've never really dealt with him or seen him or heard about him. I think maybe you saw him once in the club well before it was yours, when it was still under brick tops. That was probably the only time you saw him. That one time he was a huge man, like just massive fellow. And that, like, you saw him once, but you knew that there was like a French mob guy, but you hadn't heard much of him since then. It was like years ago. But that name strikes you in that way. And these two men who are there, he says, yes, well, we have other associates, but some of them have moved on to slightly other. We are representatives as well as heads of our own, and we are surprised we have not met you yet. We have been asking to meet you for some time. We thought.
Why haven't you just come to the bar?
Well,
I can be found there every night, you know.
Yes, but this one, and he just sort of points to Charlie, who's just sort of lightly fuming, said that you did not need to be bothered by all of the business aspects, but we are glad to know you, because we think it's important for you to know us.
So, your other associates, you work with the Germans then?
Well, that's a very interesting question. Why are you interested in such a question?
Well, I always like to know who I'm getting into bed with before I take off my clothes.
You are already in bed with us and have been for years. So, what you get from us? Pardon, my manners. I am Henri Lefont, and this is my associate Pierre Loutre, but everyone calls him Crazy Pete. And he just sort of looks at you, the sort of larger fellow, just looming a little bit. We offer protection, of course. It's a dangerous time in Paris. Many, many people with bad intentions. There's a lot of crime, a lot of violence, bank robberies. Unfortunate people every which way, and you know, and he just sort of leans back in his chair. We were not charging you very much, you know? Not so much for protection, of course.
Well, that's good, because I never saw you around the bar, so I feel that I've not been protected.
Oh, you have. You have, mademoiselle.
From yourselves, I see.
Please do not insult us. We protect you from all manner of things. Has your club burnt down?
Well, you know what would be much more interesting for me? I would be much more interested in perhaps having you actually protect my club, and perhaps even making it worth your while. I see that you have plenty of muscle around you. I mean, why work for pittance when you could get a little more and do something interesting?
Mademoiselle, I do not think you understand who you are talking to. We are not, what do you say? We are not just some beau voyant, would you say? It's American, yes, we? Good fellows. We are not some street people. I don't think you understand exactly how much you owe us, and how this whole arrondissement is ours. It's you have very little that you could offer us, except, of course, some of the things that are owed. We have noticed a little bit, that you have been doing quite well. The last little bit of time, you've been doing much better than many of the other businesses in the area, so clearly we have not been charging you enough. And your friend here, your bartender, Charlie, she has we've made arrangements with her to make up the difference in the protection money, because it is all, how do you say, it's proportional. Proportional. And so, you don't want raids happening, or violence, or any of that, and so, Charlie, why don't you tell your boss what the disagreement is right now? I think she might find this really interesting, considering how little you wanted us to talk to her or meet her. I think this might be quite fun if you...
Why don't you tell me?
Oh, I think it would be more amusing if your friend here has to say things, because it looks like you don't know anything about all of this, and that means someone has not been telling you everything. Or you're really only a figurehead, and this bar isn't really yours, and you don't know anything at all, and you're a little bit pointless and useless. So, Charlie, which is it? Is your boss pointless and useless, or have you been lying to your boss? Which one is it? Are you a liar? Or is she useless? Is she important, or is she not important, the songbird?
Charlie, do you have any wine? I'm a little parched.
Yeah. Yeah. And she gets up and she moves to the kitchen, and she moves past one of the muscle. And she's got this really, like, it's a torn. It's a torn look, right? It's this clearly there's that's a hard question to answer, clearly, for her. It does not seem as if that's a question that she has a good answer for. And she heads off into the, like, and you can see it because it's not even a full kitchen. And she heads in, and she sort of pulls out this bottle of red wine, and she sort of gets and you can see her. She like pulls out 2 glasses, and then she sort of reassesses the room, and then she sort of pulls out 4 glasses, and then she reassesses the room, and then she's not certain if she should actually give wine to the muscle or not. So she just comes with 4 glasses.
And what's the layout of the room again?
So you've got, when you walk in, the first thing you see is basically one, we'll call it the living room, but it's like your one room.
One main room.
The one main room. Off to the left, there's sort of like a kitchenette. There's a big window. She's on the 4th floor. There's a big window that's really nice. It looks out into the city. This is one of these like 6-story buildings. And the little kitchenette is sort of small. It's not that she's got a nice wood burning stove there. Like she's got some things. And then you know, because you've been here before, that off to the right, there's a door that will take you down to a little hallway where there's her bedroom and then also a shower and a bathroom. So there's like a little shower and bathroom sort of closet sort of in that area to the right when you come in. But it's not a super huge apartment. It's just basically the one main room, bedroom, bathroom, closet space behind a door on the right, and like a little sort of kitchenette to the left. It's a little tight. And she sort of puts these glasses down.
Sylvie is going to...
Do you think you'd mouth off?
She's actually going to excuse herself to the restroom.
Oh. And
she's going to do this while Charlie was
getting the glasses,
doing this whole glass thing, because she wants to get back when it's coming, when the wine's coming.
Yeah.
She's going to go into the restroom. She knows Charlie. She is going to go in there. She knows that Charlie would have some sleeping pills in there.
You're going to search her bathroom?
That is what she's going to do.
I would like an awareness from you.
Right.
Oh, and let me get you over to the space where the so that people can see it. That's a 2 fair. You start searching in her bathroom, and of course, there's nothing that is out in the open. But as you're searching, you're like, okay, where would she put stuff, right?
They were together for a while.
Yeah. You go into, of course, the toilet, the tank of the toilet where she often would hide things. And when you open the toilet tank, you do indeed see like a bag that's wrapped with some sleeping pills, but that is not the only thing you see in the tank of the toilet.
What else is in there? A human hand. No.
No, a fairly large brick of heroin, you assume. I mean, it could be cocaine, but it's probably a little bit too much to be... It's either cocaine or heroin, but...
Well, Sylvie's going to leave that alone. But she's going to take one of the sleeping pills and pop it in her mouth.
Okay. Come back out?
Comes back out, sits down, and waits for Charlie to come back. And I imagine, being that Charlie is a bartender, she sets down the glasses and she sets down the wine. And
she's very excellent at this.
And as soon as she does, Sylvie grabs the bottle of wine, staring this guy in the eyes, and puts it to her mouth and like puts up like she's drinking and like just staring at this guy. And then she puts it back down. And as she does, she drops the pill into the wine bottle.
You're going to have to make a roll, my friend, for that one.
I will.
Please do. I think...
What kind of roll should I make for that?
I feel like this is tradecraft.
Okay.
You have a choice between tradecraft and stealth, but I actually think it's tradecraft.
That's fine. They're both the same for me, so... Oh. Well, apparently when it comes to pills, Sylvie is not bad.
What can I do about that? Do I like this? I feel like I don't like this at all. I am going to re-roll. I'm going to re-roll that one there. Our Henri is shifty and beady-eyed, and that is the aspect that he will use to re-roll that, because that's not a good roll. Well, you beat him by 1. And so subtly, you put this pill into this bottle. He sort of smiles at you and he goes, huh, I thought that you were classier than that, but as they say about Americans, maybe not. So,
well, you know us Americans.
So tell me.
And then she pours him a glass.
And then Charlie sort of like takes the bottle from you to finish pouring the glasses out, because she doesn't want to, like, you know, she's the bartender. She doesn't, you know, it's a weird vibe. And he goes, so, Charlie, tell me, which story is true? Is what you said to me earlier, that this woman is a figurehead and does not know anything about the business and is not very important? Or is what she is saying true, that she somehow is this big businesswoman and is important?
Henri.
Which one is it?
Cheers.
It's
not good to speak on a dry throat.
I don't think you understand. This is my meeting. This is not your meeting. So, Charlie, answer the question first. Tell me, do you lie to her or do you lie to me? Which one is it? And Charlie sort of shifts uncomfortably and takes the glass of wine and takes a drink, puts the glass down. Monsieur Lafont, look, Sylvie's, she's a singer, you know? She's, no offense, Miss Moreau, but she's not really...
I run the bar. I am in full control. And while I appreciate the employees that work for me trying their very best to protect me and my assets...
She shakes her head. She is not happy with what you're saying at all.
Still, I feel that it is good to be apprised of the things going on with my business.
He smiles and he just kind of looks at Charlie with this smile, like in a way that's meant to... It's not exactly threatening, but it's a bit of triumph, right? It's a bit of a, I won. And he goes, well then, if you are so important, we'll have to get to know each other very well. So Charlie, why don't you just tell her what you've been doing these last few years and the last few months? I think your boss would like to know. Huh? And Charlie just sort of like, her jaw tightens up. And she says, Miss Moreau, it's like you said, like Mr. Lafont said, you know, the bar has been paying protection to the milieu for years, and there are our new protectors. They've been here for the last 2 or 3, and it's been a real great transition. And he just clears his throat a little bit, like clear that's not everything, with this smile of like he's really enjoying this. And she goes, yeah, and they noticed that we've been doing real well in the last few months, that we've got good alcohol and good food and lots of patrons, and so of course with more profit as they see it, we clearly, if we're getting the stuff we're getting it from places we maybe shouldn't be getting it, and that's, something that other people might want to hear, and of course they're to protect us from other people finding out that we might have things we shouldn't have. But clearly, if we have things we shouldn't have, we must have connections to people that we shouldn't know, and so they wanted more protection, respectfully, and but we didn't necessarily have the money per se, in that way. So we made other deals, other arrangements to get them the things they needed, which was to pay for our protection. And he goes, no, you should say you made this deal without telling your boss. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Charlie and we function very closely together. I trust everything and every decision that Charlie would make.
So she told you about everything then? But she didn't tell you my name? Or Crazy Pete's name? You don't get to call him that, only I get to call him that.
I did not say that she told me your names. No, I said that I trust her decisions.
Well, you should be proud to know that your bar is being very helpful in the new decade, and is being very helpful to us. We have made a very good friendship. A very good friendship indeed. But unfortunately, she has not yet paid for all these things. Payment has come due. And she just says, look, Monsieur Lafont, I've not been able to make all the sales yet that you need, so I don't yet have all of the money that you have requested. And he says, well, you don't have much time.
Well, Henri, if that is the case, why didn't you just say so? I can take care of that.
Well, all right then. Perhaps we should.
I didn't know it was something so simple.
It is something very simple. Something very simple indeed. If I would have known that this one was perhaps not as competent. And he goes, and she says, look, we've been paying you for years, right? We've been paying you for years. We've had a good deal. This is just a new wrinkle. We've never missed a payment or before now. It's just that I have been real busy. I haven't had time to make the sales you need me to make. I have been very busy in the last couple of weeks. Monsieur.
Charlie, please. Worry not yourself. Henri, listen. It's my fault that Charlie has been so overworked, and really, I can make sure that you get paid what you're owed promptly, and perhaps even a little interest on top. I would hate for our friendship to be ruined.
He smiles. He smells the wine, frowns a little bit, puts the wine down. So, when exactly will all of the heroin be sold? Because we do want the money. We want it, we wanted it early in the week.
Well, you know how the market is right now. You know that everyone is struggling. You can't expect things to happen at the snap of a finger.
Well, heroin addicts, they may struggle, but they always pay. And since this is the only way, you can apparently make some payments for all of the...
Oh, I'm sorry. Perhaps you misunderstood. Oh, no. I will pay you.
Well, all right. We have raised our rates 300% from what it was before, because Well, you have some very good alcohol in that bar. Not here. And he looks at the wine as if it's like trash. So, when can we expect... He pauses. I'm gonna need rapport from you, I think.
I would like
I rolled a
for...
great.
Will my rapport include... Well, here.
Well then.
Sylvie has great rapport. I'm sorry. By that I mean fantastic rapport.
Yes, she does. She has fantastic rapport. So go on. So he looks at you and goes, well, if you are planning on actually paying what is owed...
300%, I recall. I have a very good memory.
In that case, then we can perhaps make a slightly different deal on the heroin. In that case. And he just sort of like, it's subtle, but he just shifts the chair a little bit so that Charlie has a little bit of his back to her, as if she's no longer interesting or of worth or value. You're much more interesting. And he says, well, the deal before was that she would sell the heroin in the bar because customers, and then give me everything that was made from this heroin because, after all, she was not paying me enough for it would make up for the difference, huh? But if you will be paying the whole protection, then we could perhaps make some sort of deal where you could make a little bit of the heroin that you're selling. You might be able to make your own profits this time. It would not be only us taking everything because you will be now paying. So it could be a little bit more equitable, this trade.
See, now you're speaking a language that I like.
Good. So, we will take 70% of all of the profit for the heroin. You will take 30%, and you will pay us our protection as normal. And the new protection, of course. And Crazy Pete is just standing there, arms crossed. So, mademoiselle...
Well, this sounds wonderful. I must say, though, it does sound like a contract. And even though, my dear love, it may not be the best of wines, I do not commit to contracts without a drink.
Again, I don't think you realize what the situation is.
Oh, but my dear, and she leans forward and she's just like, the bosoms are happening. My dear, why don't you humor me?
Rapport.
I will use a fate on that just to add a little bit, and that she is a connector of humanity, and she is connecting humanity right now. With her assets and his eyeballs.
That is a tie. And you have a choice. You can succeed at a minor cost, you can fail but gain a boost, or you can partially succeed.
She will succeed at a cost. I cannot take this token out. Hang on. She's going to succeed at a cost. I can't get it out. It just won't. It's.
Did you click on it?
I am clicking on it. I'm clicking on it and I'm trying to drag it out, but it won't.
Why
it won't
not?
leave me.
Why not?
I don't know.
I will try to steal it from you, but I don't know if I can.
Cool. I'm trying to drag it out of the thing, but it doesn't want to go.
I'm gonna try to steal it from you to see if I can get it.
Yes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to drag it. It's just like no.
Nah. It's like nah. Let me get rid of that for you.
Succeed at a cost.
All right. He looks at you. Thinks about it.
And she's gonna reach forward and just like stroke the side of his face.
And he just kind of like knocks your hand off as if it were tad unclean. And he picks up the glass of wine, and he clinks, takes a sip. He goes, ugh, this is cheap. And so, I'm happy to be now not just Herr Boss, but also yours. We don't need to, you can continue having your bartender messenger deliver things as she has done in the past. Maybe we will visit your club again, see how it is, look it up. You know, I should tell you this, it's a small detail. My friends and I have friends all over, and you wouldn't want to, how do I say this, upset us.
Never.
I'm not threatening you, because
no one who ever says that is.
Let me just say that, do you recall there was a small nightclub? It was a little bit lower on the hill in the Pigalle. It was just, do you remember it? It was the Harlequin. Remember it burnt down just 4 or 5 months ago. Do you remember? It was a bit of a fire. It was terrible business. Do you remember?
I don't. That was out of my scope. I don't really pay attention to those sorts of things.
Oh, well, yes, it was a terrible business that place burned down, and sad. I also don't know if you remember, sometimes people die, you know? Sometimes people with pretty faces lose their beauty.
Henri, this is war. A lot of people die.
It's true. So, I would just say that this is a very dangerous neighborhood, and there are people who are less friendly than my friends and I. People who are a little bit less civilized, a little bit open-minded. You know, my family also comes from another country, so I understand what it's like to be, a little foreign, and I've always been a friend of the arts, so I will take my leave, but I hope that this one of yours will be delivering what is necessary on Monday. It was nice to meet you finally. And he just turns to Charlie and says to you, but looking at her, "It is a shame that you are kept away from me so long. But now I know you in person. And that is, would be interesting." He stands up, and Peter the Crazy, who's already standing, just faces you. It's a big looming man, and kind of stern, a little iffy in the eyes. And as you sit there, he just leans down towards you, very close, and he smells of aftershave. And he just kisses each of your cheeks. The left, the right, the left again. And he just nods. He straightens himself up. And the two gentlemen...
Wait, as he does that, she's going to say, "That's it?"
He goes,
"Peter, I'm disappointed in you."
and he leans back down and he gives you a kiss on the cheeks again, and then he stands up.
Better.
And Henri just looks irritated. And the guard by the door opens the door for them, and he nods to you. And these two men in their beautiful suits walk out, and the last of the muscle follows, and he just turns back, right. He's the last one, the muscle, and he goes, thank you for inviting us into your home. And he shuts the door.
Right before he shuts the door, the two guys in the fine suits, I imagine they're probably booking. They don't even know he exists.
Yeah.
The guy before he closes the door, she's gonna say, "You, what do they call you?" Yes.
And you can see that he is torn because...
Is he the one who opened the door?
No, he's not. He's not the one who opened the door. Because he has to follow his bosses, but clearly he's invested in being polite also, so he's a little bit torn. Can I get rapport? If you would.
I most certainly would.
It's a tie.
Ooh.
By the way, you're feeling a little blurry. You're feeling a little blurry. He goes, what would you like? Would you like succeed at a cost, fail with a boost, or partial success?
Fail with a boost.
Okay. And he just goes, sorry, I have to...
You have nice eyes. Don't forget that.
And he just kind of shuts the door behind him because you hear like a right down the hallway, and he just shuts the door and leaves. And it is quiet in the room. Just you and Charlie there, both at the table.
Charlie, put the wine down. Are you drinking the wine? Put it down.
She puts it down.
You may want to throw up. What did she say? It won't really make a difference. One dispersed over the entire bottle won't really make a difference at this point. Ugh.
What do you...
What am I? What are you? Charlie? You come sit. Oh, what are you doing? Come sit here. Is there like, they were sitting across from each other in chair. Is there a couch or something?
I imagine she probably have like a smaller one. It's not a huge apartment, so it wouldn't be a particularly great couch. It'd be kind of, a little small.
That
That's
works.
okay. Yeah.
Sylvie's gonna go sit on the couch and gesture for Charlie to come sit by her. Charlie.
She gets up. And she's got that, it's like she walks over with like this mix of like guilt, like she just got caught, you know what I mean? But also kind of frustration, but then also she sits down on the couch.
Also, just as an aside, when it's something like this and it's just the two of them, like Sylvie kind of reverts back to like pre-Sylvie.
And she's got that. Do you remember that time? It was back in St. Louis when you were out at a bar and she had too much to drink and she started a bar fight when she shouldn't have. She was just like, you know what I mean? She was, and it wasn't that big of a deal, but there was like some punching, and afterwards she had that look. It was like the next day she was a little bit hungover, and she just had that look of like, oh, like I know I messed up so bad, and like it's that kind of like, oh, I'm sorry, but it's that look that she has. It's that sort of and
Charlie, what is it? What is happening? What is this? Oh my God, this has been going on for years, apparently. Charlie, there's a brick of heroin in your toilet. Or something.
It's heroin. How did you know?
I know where you hide things. We always used to hide the drugs in there.
Yeah, I know. Look, it's complicated.
More complicated than toilet drugs?
No, I suppose that's quite a lot of the complication, I suppose, but
More importantly, Charlie, why didn't you tell me this?
look, Sylvie, it's this is it started a long time ago. Well before, before when Ada was still here, it's there's always protection, and you took over the bar, but one day you were out. It was me. I was cleaning up, I think you were out with Dimitri. I think it was I don't know, one of those evenings you'd finished up a little bit early and you'd gone off with him to a late dinner, and it was just me. Do you remember? Do you remember that girl? She was young, right? She was a college student. Julie, I think her name was. She was hat check. She was the last time we had a hat check girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember that.
It was just the two of us, and
You and Julie?
No.
Oh.
No, she's not my type.
Oh.
She's not my type.
Oh.
A little too blonde. Anyway,
Oh.
I
mean, yeah.
A little boring. But anyway,
That's why she didn't work out, but
wasn't her place. Anyway, they came in, and not them, the old boss. And it was time to keep the payments going, as I've always had been, and they well, I didn't think you needed to know so much.
Since when?
Since
Charlie, we always said we were gonna tell each other stuff. Important stuff. This is important.
V, do you remember Julie quit?
Yeah, it was kind of weird. I mean,
I told
got
you
that she was, yeah.
Yeah, she quit because that night they you wanted to make an example, Cardone, Cadebo in a it was a little violent, and they let me know that they are not really playing around, V, and they don't mind getting violent when they don't get what they want, and I didn't want you to be a target of violence ever again, and I thought it would be easier back then if you just didn't know, so I didn't tell you. And then these guys came. I think they killed the old boss. Anyway, they're new guys, and they got, I don't know, they're doing something. They're not that new. They've been around for a couple of years, but well, there's some other guys. The other guys are the ones who really pushed out Cadebo, but those guys, they think they've moved to Marseille, the port, and these guys now are sort of running things for them, and they've been in for a couple of years, and they're real not okay. They're really not okay, and I knew that they were the kind of people who would um, they'd hurt you if they thought that you were important, you know? And
Well, they're going to hurt you. I mean, how do you think that would be fine? Do you think that would be okay? Don't you do that. You look me in the eye. You look me in the eye. How do you think that would go? How do you think that would go? What if I show up one day and you're just not there? What do you think is going to happen?
Sylvie, V,
Yeah, that's my name.
you, you've got a lot going on right now.
Well, and listen, that's why I came by, because
You've got a lot going on right now. And I mean,
Kelly, I know.
No,
As the boss, I have not properly been
no, no,
making sure that you've been supported in your role as the bartender. But
no,
but as your
that's
as
not what
somebody,
I mean. Listen, you are doing dangerous things, right? You are doing dangerous things, and I have never once ever told you not to do anything you didn't want to do. Ever. I've never done that. I've always supported you, whatever you wanted to do, whoever you wanted to do, whenever you wanted to do it, whatever, always. But I know that what you're doing right now is a thing that can get you killed, right?
living in this city is a thing that can get us killed. Look at us.
Listen,
Have you seen what these people are about? They hate us.
I know.
They don't want us here, and they didn't want us here before the Germans got here.
I know. Look, these people, right? These guys, they are not, how do I put this? Honorable, you know? They're not they're real shits.
You want to bet the guy wouldn't even take a drink out of the when I cheersed him with the wine that I drugged.
Yeah, he did.
It's fucking ridiculous.
He did get a drink. Listen, if they found out, right, about what you do, what you've been doing with them, with that group you brought into the bar, if they found out about what you did, do you have any idea? Do you have any idea what that would mean? You know they would blackmail you. It would be so terrible. I can't even imagine what would happen if they found out. And so I just had to make sure they didn't talk to you. They weren't around you. They weren't interested in you. They didn't want to look into you, what you do. I did not want them anywhere near you. Do you know what they do? Do you know what their main business is? In this
heroin?
city? Well, it is now. They've got some kind of connection to Turkey or something. It's got some big deal. No, they're in charge of every single brothel in this whole neighborhood, in this whole arrondissement. You know, they kidnap women and they force them to work in these brothels. These are not good people, V. These are bad people, and I didn't want them talking to you. I know how you are. You mouth off, you get yourself in trouble, and I love you for it.
Someone has to say what everybody's thinking.
No, sometimes they don't need to say that, V.
Listen, I know you've said that before. Anyway, you don't have to do this on your own all of the time. You always do this. It always makes me crazy. It always makes me crazy.
I know. But
realistically back in St. Louis, I ended up protecting you that time.
I know.
I know. So I can help you too, that's what it's about at the end of the day.
That was what it was about.
Well, we're still close. I still care about you. You know that.
I know.
Don't be a boob.
Yeah. So, feel like your boy toy probably is missing you right now.
Yeah.
Seems a little serious.
Why, has he been saying anything?
No? A little. But it's not him. I mean, I did threaten him. If he ever hurt you.
You,
Come on. Come on.
you. Sylvie kind of pushes her. You get. Chart, you will never change, and that's what I love about you.
No. I won't.
This, though.
But,
This.
no. I've seen how you talk to him. You haven't talked to anyone like that in a while.
I mean, if we're being real, last person I think was you.
Dimitri?
I did love Dimitri, you know?
Yeah.
It ever since the whole thing with the kid scare and all that, though, you know, I mean, it was never the same after that. And
Yeah.
besides, you know, I told you what happened after I saw him at Drancy, man. You can't. The nightmares just, you know, you can't. You can't really unsee that, you know.
Yeah. I
And besides, it ran its course. You know how those things go when it burns bright at the start.
He was kidnapped. I don't know if that's running its course.
It started running its course before that, though. You know.
I just you know, sometimes I'm a little stupid, you know? Sometimes I'm stupid.
You, if you're sometimes a little stupid, I don't have a brain in my head at all.
No, V, you're real. You are smart, and you are amazing and brave and fierce, and you are everything, you know. And I always just figured, I don't know, that I don't know, be old one day or something. But I realize we won't. It's okay, but it doesn't mean that I won't keep doing my best to take care of you as I can, you know? And you don't I know I'm overprotective. I know that. And I know all those things, but you don't you're just
Trying to protect me is going to send you to an early grave. The least you can do is let me do the same.
But Sylvie, you don't.
You don't let me. You don't tell me what's going on.
You've stopped.
You're a walnut, and I don't even have a nutcracker.
Yeah. V, you've stopped asking. And I'm I'm not mad, because I know you've got this stuff going on that you've been keeping from me. You've kept whatever you all do down there in the basement a little. I mean, I know what's going on. A little secret for me. I know that. I get it. But you've stopped asking me how I'm doing. You sometimes don't even talk to me in the bar anymore. And I just think I think it's like I don't know, maybe this is what happens when you're fresh in love with someone that you I just haven't seen that in a while. That's all. Like
I mean, I
even with Dimitri, we'd still go out every once in a while, just for kicks. Um, we haven't gone to dinner or played cards or anything in months. And
well, I can fix it, you know.
no, you don't have to. It's okay. I mean,
No, no. I mean, I can fix it, you know. I mean, I I mean, I know I haven't paid enough attention, but I can fix it.
no, no. Look, the guy seems okay. I mean, he's a bit of a yahoo or something, but he seems okay. And maybe what you're doing is just protecting me. But that's what I've been doing. I've been protecting you.
Yeah. I mean, if you if you knew what we were doing, like if anybody got their hands on you, you know, like I mean, I guess I get it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, whenever they came and got me, you know, you saw how I was after that. Like
Yeah, I did.
that was after a day. I mean, that's what just knowing, and they
V,
didn't even know that we knew, you know.
V, I'm going to tell you something. Do you want to know what hurt me the most? Out of everything. Out of everything, what hurt me the most? None of them even asked if I wanted to come to help save you or rescue you. Not one of them asked me if I could come along to be there to try to save you like you saved me. I
You could
get
have
it.
died.
Really? Really?
Okay, I realize how that sounds. I realize as I say it, as it comes out, how it sounds. Okay, fine. You're not wrong. Uh, Okay, do you want to know? Do you want to know?
I know I'm not in your life anymore. You've got this. It's.
No, but you are.
V, come on.
But you are, but you should be. You're there.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there.
No, not there,
Yeah,
there.
no, but really.
But you should know what's going on. We we're in deep. Charlie, we're in deep. Like like deeper than we were back home. We're in deep. And we're trying to do the right thing, you know? Like you saw what happened when they rounded everybody up. Like you know how it's been going, man. Like you remember Hannah. I mean, like they have all of her stuff, man. Like her accounts are closed. All of their accounts are closed. They have no they're being taken away. Like what happened with Dimitri's happened with everybody now. All of their stuff, everything. It's a matter of time before everybody else gets carted out of here. I mean, I saw what's going on in those places. I mean, we
V, can I ask you a question? Do you
it's
remember
the
the other day?
people.
It was what, Monday or Tuesday? Tuesday night, maybe? Wednesday night? Um, that some French woman came in to talk to you. And I was there in the bar upstairs, and the kid was there. Oh, the kid. Oh, the kid. Um, oh, uh, the kid.
Luke?
Yeah. Um, so you remember that night when that French woman came in to talk to you, and it was me and the kid, and we were in the bar
Yeah.
together?
Yeah.
And your friends, right? Regina, she's a good egg. We're down in the basement.
Yeah.
You told me to go home, and you kept him there. And then you sent him off on some mission tonight. A kid.
What?
You're letting some kid do stuff, and you've brought him into this whole thing, into your circle, and you didn't. You.
Wait, what do you mean he went on a mission?
Yeah, he must have been. Yeah.
What?
The new guy told him about it. I tried to tell you earlier about it, but you weren't listening to me. That was a little weird, but
What mission?
I don't know. He wanted a gun for something, and
He what?
he asked for a gun, and
He should not have a gun.
well, he has a gun.
Someone went after him?
Yeah, the muscle guy,
Mm,
um,
okay.
Oscar.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, that he is not on a mission. He should not have a gun. And I cannot tell you the amount of trouble that he's going to be in when I see him next time.
Well, it just really feels like you sort of I mean, you trust strangers more than you trust me right now, and that doesn't feel good.
I don't trust strangers. I don't listen. If they get hurt, man, that's their own business, man. Like, if you get hurt, I can't. I mean, do you know what happened back there? Back there, like, I didn't go crazy because they were attacking me. I saw what they were doing to you. Like, you didn't see when they were coming from behind you. You couldn't see that. You couldn't see what they were about to do to
I
you.
thought we weren't going to talk about that anymore.
Well, we're talking about it.
Do you want to talk about the fact that you were captured by the Gestapo and tortured, and I had to sit at the bar? That I had to sit at the bar? Well, so this is really hard.
We're part.
Are we
Charlie,
partners?
we're part of the
Are
French
we
resistance.
partners? Oh.
We're part of the resistance. And
Yeah, and I'm not.
the Germans think that we're working with them.
What?
That's who that French woman was. That's how they got me out of Gestapo.
So
Everybody thinks we're working for them right now.
So this is bad.
Yeah, I know it's bad. I know it's bad. You think I don't know that?
What are you doing?
We're trying to survive, man. We're trying to get people out of here. We're trying to get people out of here. We're trying to save people. You and I, we could leave. There are people here who can't do that. There are people here who don't have a choice. My mom gave us everything so that we could come here. Like, imagine if we didn't have that.
It just hurts.
No, and you're oh, God damn it. Oh no, you're right. God, I hate that. Oh, Charlie, I hate that. No, you're right. You're right. I know you're right. I know you're right. It's me. It's I just God thinking of you. But I
I
know. I
don't.
know. Ugh.
That was a long time ago. And right now, you and strangers are going off, and I don't know where you are. You don't come back to the bar for days. And let me tell you something, V. The problem is not that I'm running this bar by myself with no help. Well, the kid now, which is something. That's not the problem, V. The problem is that you're missing for days, and I don't know where you are. I don't know if you've been captured by the Gestapo again. I don't know if you're all dead. I'm just here in this bar by myself, and I don't know where you, the only person I have ever loved, is. I don't know where you are. And if you were dead, no one would come to tell me. You know that, right? No one would tell me at all. Because they didn't even... Anyway, I've been paying off the milieu for years, since before you even took the bar. And now I gotta sell heroin for them because we got a whole lot of contraband goods in this bar that says to them that we got a lot of connections, which means we can pay more. And, I can't just steal money from the club, and I can't cover it all myself, so I was gonna go and do that. And I just haven't been able to do it this last week because, well, it's been a kind of busy week, and I've not had any... Not in any way. The point is, I'm really sorry, but I should let you know that I've been selling heroin out of the club. And I'm sorry about it. But you didn't even notice, so...
Well, so help me. If you apologize to me for that,
I'm sorry.
I will hit you. I will hit you.
No, come on.
If you apologize to me, I'm going to hit you. So help me God, I will poke you in the eyeball. I will poke you in the eyeball, in your favorite eyeball. The one that you like the most.
It's this one.
I know.
It's my good
That's
side.
the one. I'll poke you in that eyeball. Like, don't you dare apologize to me. Don't you dare apologize to me.
And she just sort of leans over and puts her head on your shoulder in this kind of very weary sigh.
Sylvie's gonna kind of just take her in and kind of do one of these and just kiss her on the head. And honestly, Sylvie's probably just gonna kind of close her eyes and just
And you're feeling a little fuzzy. You're feeling a little buzzed.
Well, that happens when you dissolve a tablet in a bottle of wine, apparently.
It's not bad. You know what I mean? Just a little.
Hey,
you're a little.
Dispersal over the entire bottle is
Yeah,
probably better than.
Just a little. So, what did you need? She says as she sort of sits back up. If you're here at midnight, something bad must have happened.
I came here to see you. I thought we could play cards or have some dinner or something.
Sylvie.
Huh?
V. Play cards?
I'm so good at cards.
Yeah,
so
but
good.
I mean, I would just feel really bad beating you like I do every time. I mean, it's just so embarrassing how much better at cards I am than you are. And
I feel like you've mistaken me for someone else who is bad at cards. Bad at cards. It's me. I'm not.
I mean, it's just, I don't know. I mean, the last time we played, you owed me, what? 2 francs? It was super embarrassing.
I mean, I could give you a brick of heroin. There's one in your toilet.
I hear it's good. Here it comes all the way from Turkey and everything.
Oh man, they're trying to sell good heroin?
Yeah, I don't. I gotta tell you, something's changing in Paris.
A lot of things changing in Paris.
There's a lot of movement going on. I mean, this occupation's bad, but I don't know what's gonna happen to this city. and to your bar, and
Mm.
I'm worried about you. I'm worried about you every time you come in late.
Would you feel better being on the no, on the inside?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't, because maybe if I were on the inside, I could save you. And also, anyway, it's just fair. I mean, you just barged into my secret drug meeting, so I feel
That's
like,
true. I did do that.
yeah, you
You were
did.
having a secret drug meeting, and I came right in. I just came right in,
Just right into my secret drug meeting.
right into the secret drug meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's rude.
very rude. I'm a rude gal. Yeah, that's me. Well, we're um, and she kind of sits back up. Let me introduce my let me introduce myself. My name is Sylvie Moreau. I run a cell of the French Resistance out of Bricktops. Hello.
It's lovely to meet you.
Yes, it is a pleasure. And as it turns out, the German military intelligence also believes that we are double agents.
Oh,
Nice to meet you. My name is Sylvie Moreau. Also German intelligence worker.
oh,
Worker. Man, that sounds
it
that
sounds,
sounds like a
it's real bad.
that sounds like a lady of the night kind of thing. German intelligence worker. Huh. I wonder if that's what they call like the ladies at the brothels who only work the German fellas.
Well, they're only supposed to work the German fellas.
Well, we all got to make a buck where we can.
Most of them only, but you know, not all of them.
I bet we could find out who's in charge of this protection circle.
But those were the bosses for now. Yeah,
Who were
that's
the top dogs? The top dogs came and visited?
yeah,
Amateurs.
they were they've been really bold recently. I don't know why. It's been a little strange.
Really bold.
Yeah,
That means something is up.
I don't know. I mean, I don't normally they'd send other people in, you know. But in the last little bit, they've been, I don't know, just strutting around the neighborhood a little bit more present, and it's a little strange, you know. Just it's like they, I don't know, like they got something going on, or anyway, they're feeling pretty good, and they're a little bit more present than, you know.
Interesting.
And they just showed up tonight, midnight, and yeah, it's a little weird.
I want I want to get rid of those two.
You know, Sylvie, you can't just like murder everyone, right?
Well, not everyone. I like that one henchman.
Oh gosh,
Like
Sylvie,
the other henchman's pretty cool too. I think I would make a great mafia boss.
the that is not the life for you. That is not the life for you.
No, but imagine it. Imagine Sylvie Moreau, mafia boss. You could be my top henchman.
The so what do we do as French resistance? And also, don't try to murder those people.
I mean, listen, maybe I will not personally try to murder them with my own hands.
Sylvie, these people are connected.
Hmm.
I mean, this goes to like they're they're connected with the Corsicans.
Well, still, they're in our city, so they have us to deal with.
This is their city. We're just renting.
Not their city. Listen, you may not know this, but we've accomplished some things in here. Look, she leans closer. As French resistance, some things that we have done include
smuggling that family out.
And perhaps seeing to it that some people end up not alive anymore who shouldn't be alive anymore.
Sylvie, you have to get out. This is.
I didn't do that. That wasn't me.
You can't.
That wasn't one of mine. I didn't do that one. You can blame Regina for that.
This is too big. This is too dangerous. We gotta keep our heads down and just, survive.
There is no surviving in this. This is not going to get better.
V, I'm going to ask you something, okay? And she takes your hands in hers. Let's go. Let's leave Paris. We don't need to stay here. We could go to Mexico. We could go there are places. We could just leave. And then you'd be safe. We don't have to be here.
I can't leave. I have to do everything I can.
I think
if we leave, people are still going to make a difference here.
Can't make a difference in this place. This place is...
We already have. Every person we've gotten out of here, every ID that we've made, every letter, and Sylvie actually keeps them on her. Every letter that has come out of these places, that's a difference. That's a voice that's had the chance to be heard. These are stories that can be told. These are lives. I can't leave that. This is you're right, this is bigger. This is bigger than us.
I don't know if I can... I don't know if I can... I don't know if I can be in the bar and not know if you're being tortured. I don't know if I can keep doing that. It's really hard. Because I'm frozen out. I'm not included at all in any of this.
We'll bring you in.
You know what? It's real late. Why don't you take my bed, and I'm gonna sleep here on the couch. And I'll make you breakfast in the morning. I don't have a lot of food, but I've got, some bread, and I got a bit of cheese, and I'll make you breakfast in the morning, all right?
Listen, I barged into your secret drug meeting. You take the bed, I'll take the couch.
No. Come on. You know me.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Sylvie gives her like a hug, a lingering hug.
And she half hugs back. Roll me empathy. She's not fully hugging. She's not fully hugging you back. It's not because she doesn't care. It's because she does. You're feeling a little bit of heartbreak right now, is like the vibe you're getting. You've seen that look on her face before a couple years ago, quite a few years ago, actually. But there's like a real sorrow, heartbreak there, but she's also clearly keeping it together because she's strong, so she's fine. But yeah, she's like, no, go to bed. It's like late.
Sylvie stands up and then like as she's kind of turning away, puts a hand on her shoulder and just says, "You don't have to be the strong one all of the time." And then just kind of goes in the bedroom.
And I want you to tell me how you sleep.
Not well. I imagine Sylvie has kind of a fitful sleep, and like as these are the times that they are, whether or not anybody's really sleeping super, super well remains to be seen. But she probably wakes up a couple times and maybe goes to the bathroom, comes back, kind of like flops around, kicks blankets off, pulls blankets back on, rearranges position, does the full clock.
And I imagine you realize that you have slept when you find yourself waking up in the morning. It's, again, Sylvie, if you could, what time would you sleep until?
Well, if she could, she would probably sleep. Well, if she went to sleep around
1,
she'd probably get up at like 9. If she could.
Yeah.
Like if all went well.
You are woken up before 9 with a knock on the bedroom door. V,
yeah,
get out here. Get out here now.
She kind of runs out there and just has like a bunch of blankets like iglood around herself.
And Charlie's there by herself. You can see that she was in the preparations for setting breakfast, but the radio's on because she listens to the radio, of course, to get the news. And
Charlie, you gave me a heart attack.
And she's like, shh. Good morning, madame. Good evening, mademoiselle.
Good morning, madame. Good morning, mademoiselle. Good morning, monsieur. This is Radio Paris, the week in the news. We have an announcement to make an announcement. Last night, the chief of police, Francois Bard, was assassinated in his home, in the home of his wife and son. Gunned down, also struck down, were 2 police officers who were accompanying our beloved new chief of police as he visited his wife and son. They were murdered, it is believed, by French resistance. At the moment, The only witnesses to the crime, the wife and son, are being held. It's a Paris police station. They are being questioned, and surely we know that they are being most cooperative to let us know who it was who committed these great crimes against our city. Frenchmen, you must know, the French resistance are no allies to the French people. In the night, in front of a woman and child, they gunned down one of our own, a great hero to the French Republic. They killed him, and they would kill you. It must be announced that 100 French citizens will have to pay for the murder of the prefect of police. They will be executed today, and this is the fault of the French resistance. If anyone knows anyone who serves in the resistance, you are encouraged to denounce them. You may write in an anonymous letter. You may come to the prefecture and let us know. Do not be afraid to do what is right for the French nation. Do not be afraid to do what is right, to keep the friendship between our great nation and the great German Reich healthy and well. Do not collaborate with criminals. It is the acts of these terrorists that are the fault of the deaths that are to come. If we do not want deaths of our friends, our family, and our loved ones, we must stand up against this menace, and we must turn in anyone we suspect in any way, any rumor, any voice, anything will be helpful to keep us all safe. Remember, antagonizing our German friends only brings trouble on us all. Be safe, care for each other. Remember that our Father Pétain is always looking out for us. But I will say that there are some in his government that are not as strong in their friendship to the Germans as they should be, and we must denounce any kind of weakness. Unfortunately, we have one more piece of news. Max Dormey was killed in Mont-de-Mar. He was a dirty communist. We believe that it was, we're not certain, we imagine it might have been some brave patriots who are right-wing patriots of France who murdered the government official. Mark Stormoy. Investigations ongoing. Also, in the news, last night, a group of Jewish women rioted at the Office for the Aid of Jewish People. They complained about a lack of food. They complained that all aid to them coming from the help office would be cut. But the riot was put down. The Luftwaffe, our German friends, have been striking heavily at Moscow. We believe the Eastern Front will do well. And also in Vichy, the Vichy government has begun seizing Jewish properties and businesses. And this is well and good because those properties and businesses will be given to good French people. And I'm pleased to say that here in Paris, the apartments of those who were rounded up and sent away for their own benefit, deported 2 months ago, their apartments will be given to good French citizens who do not have homes of their own. And so, We need to redouble our efforts to collaborate with our German friends. We need to speak out and stand up against these terrorists who only murder. And if all is well, that young man and his mother will be able to identify who the terrorists were, and when they are, surely they will be given a hero's reward for cooperation. Although if they don't, well. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're playing for you some music by Edith Piaf. This is Radio Paris signing off.
There are not enough words in either language for what is going to happen to Oscar, to Luke.
Do you, what do you mean?
This is outrageous.
I don't, what do you mean? What does this have to do with Oscar and Luke? V? V? What's going on?
Charlie, what are your plans?
It's Saturday. I'm gonna have to go into the bar. You know?
Are you in? Are you one of us? I need to know.
Am I one of you?
The door is open. If you are, but if you are, you have to be. And if you are, there is no going back. And we are in danger. We are in danger all of the time. We do things that are difficult, that are hard, that put people at risk, that put ourselves at risk. That is something that you have to be able to be okay with.
This was the mission, wasn't it? Oscar and Luke, they killed that chief of police. They're the ones, right?
This was not a mission. This was not a mission. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. They are...
Look, if I can keep you safe, I will. Always. I failed one time and I won't ever again.
You know I'm going to be on missions. But I promise you will know where I am going every time.
Okay. Well, let's have breakfast. And that's where we're going to go on our break, everyone. We're going to go on our break. Hi, everyone. How you doing? How's it going? I hope you're doing well. I want to thank everyone who's rated us, and everyone who's hosted us, and everyone who has followed. Ghost, thank you for the follow. I am troopersjp, and you are?
I'm Rocket Fox.
we're going to go on a 10-minute break. I'm going to vamp. I'm going to do a thing because I got to do a thing with the thing so you can see it. We're going to go on break. While we're on break, it'll be 10 minutes. I want you all, here's your mission, should you choose to accept it, to hydrate. And also to stretch your legs and ponder what Sylvie is going to do with the information that she has learned, which seems to imply that maybe Luke and his mother are currently at the police station. I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. And I'm sure the retaliation program will be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't even worry about it. I would like to thank Rissa, who has given us bits, because if you donate tips and bits, which helps goes to pay for the cast, we will read out the message. And we got one from our most amazing mod, Rissa, who says, bunches of tears, bunches of thoughts, and says, ooh, for the heart-to-heart between Charlie and Sylvie, bits for that. Oh, everyone.
Feelings are hard.
Feelings are hard.
Feelings are hard.
Feelings are hard, everyone. We're going to go to break. Go stretch yourself. We're going to go and hydrate as well. And we will see you in 10 for the second part of this episode, where we're going to find out what Sylvie's going to do now.
It'll be fine.
Will it? Sure. It'll be fine. Okay. See you in 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to hear the United States Treasury Hour Millions for Defense. The network time for this hour has been donated by the Texas Company to our government as a Texaco contribution to national defense.
Millions for defense.
The United States Treasury...
it up, but it's been bothering me.
What is it, Jack? Now, come on, get it off your mind.
Well, frankly, you and I have been here in Hollywood so many years, and yet I've never appeared as your leading man in a picture. That is, I've never had the opportunity to do a love scene with you. I mean, why is that?
Well, Jack, in the first place, you're a comedian. You're a funny man.
Not when I'm necking. Claudette, what I can't understand is this. I mean, why can't I be a leading man on the screen, a lover? Now, in your latest picture, Skylark, you have Ray Milland playing opposite you. Mm-hmm. I mean, why didn't I get that part?
Well, for one thing, he doesn't fall asleep at zeros.
My goodness, did everybody see me? Now, look, Claudette, what I'm driving at is this. What is it that prevents me from being another Robert Taylor or a Clark Gable? I mean, what is it?
Oh, well, Jack, I could tell you what I think might be the reason, but I hate to say it in front of all these people.
Oh, come on, Claudette. I can take it. Really.
Are you sure you won't be offended?
No, I promise you. Go ahead.
Well, all right, then. Here goes. Now, Jack, you see, I think you're very clever and you're very talented, but you lack the most essential thing that's necessary for the screen.
I do? What is it?
Sex appeal.
Yikes! Well, I think you must be mistaken, Claudette. I'm very romantic. At least I wasn't Catalina. I was thrown out of the casino 5 times for dancing too close. Yes, sir.
Well, back up, brother. There's no music here.
Well, I'm not kidding. Really, Claudette. If I was ever your leading man, you'd never want anybody else.
Now, Jack, you misunderstand me. I never said I didn't want you in a picture with me.
You didn't?
No. In fact, your name was never suggested.
Oh, then you mean if my name were suggested, I'd have a chance?
I didn't say that.
Oh, then you mean if my name were suggested, I might have a chance?
I didn't say that either.
Oh, then what you mean is, if my name were suggested, I wouldn't have a chance.
Now, do you want to try for the $32 question?
No, but I'm serious, Claudette. Don't you think if I was given the opportunity on the screen, I could be as romantic as Robert Taylor or Clark Gable? Don't you?
Oh, Jack, let me try to explain something to you. Now, suppose you weren't Jack Benny. Suppose you were Robert Taylor or Clark Gable. If you were Gable, do you think I could stand here so coldly, so calmly, just talking to you?
Well...
No. Well, listen, if you were Gable, I couldn't stay away from you. I'd want to get closer to you like this, see? And caress your cheek like this. Why, I'd even want to kiss you like this. You see? I didn't feel a thing.
Well, that's funny. I'm a wreck. I see what you're driving at, Claudette. But when you mention Gable, don't forget you only see him on the screen when he's acting, giving a performance. I tell you, Claudette, it's all atmosphere, environment. I can prove it to you.
How?
Now, look. I want you to close your eyes and forget I'm Jack Benny. Close your eyes and think of me as Gable. Now, remember, I'm not Jack Benny. I'm Gable. Gable.
Clark Gable?
No, Max Gable. Who do you think I'm talking about? Now, Claudette, we'll play a love scene together, a real emotional love scene. And I'll show you that my kiss and Gable's, it's the same thing. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, now close your eyes and we'll start. A little soft music, please. Claudette. Oh, Claudette.
Oh, Clark, it's really you. And I thought you were leaving without saying goodbye.
Oh, my poor darling. I should have told you sooner. But I'll be back. I'll be back even though thousands of miles will separate us.
Oh, cruel fate, to meet and part with nothing left to cherish but the ecstasy of love's first kiss.
Love's first kiss. Kiss me, my sweet.
My darling,
Kiss me.
to think that we may never meet again.
Kiss me.
To think that life could treat me thus.
Kiss me.
To think that you and I may part forever.
Kiss me.
To think...
Kiss me, for heaven's sake. Kiss me. Claudette! Claudette, wake up! Help, she's fainted. Hey, fellas, carry Miss Colbert off, will you, please? No sex appeal, eh? Ha, ha, ha. So long, folks. See you in October.
Thank you very much, Jack Benny, Don Amici, Claudette Colbert, and Mary Livingston. And thanks also to Hal Block and Bill Morrow, scribes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I should like to read for you, if I may, a poem written especially for the Treasury Hour by Herman Wouk to commemorate the landing of the United States Marine Corps in Iceland on the 8th of July. It's called The Ballad of the Leatherneck Corps.
Each branch of America's fighting forces has its peculiar glory. Our Army has never lost a war. Our Navy, second to none on earth, has kept foreign invaders from our shores for more than 125 years. And with the Navy goes the Marine Corps, Uncle Sam's troubleshooter, tackling jobs anywhere and everywhere on the face of the world. On July 8, 1941, President Franklin D. Roosevelt sent a special message to the United States Congress containing these words.
Forces of the United States Navy have today arrived in Iceland in order to ensure the adequate defense of that country. Immediately upon the termination of the present international emergency, all American forces will at once be withdrawn, leaving the people of Iceland and their government in full and sovereign control of their own country.
The Ballad of the Leatherneck Corps is dedicated to the American Marines, who, backed by the might of the United States Navy, are now standing guard in Iceland, outpost of our national defense.
From the halls of Montezuma to the shore on the land as on the sea. Admiration of the nation, we're the finest ever seen. And we glory in the title of United States Marine.
Oh, the wind blows cold in Iceland, but the wind's blown cold before. And it's not so hard in your own backyard to be set for peace or war. But to strike a blow at a distant foe is a job for the Leatherneck Corps. Where are you heading, Leatherneck? I'm off to Tripoli, son. It's someplace in Africa. Don't know where, but an ornery pirate gang is there. And we're under orders to sweep it bare of each pirate son of a gun. So off they went. It was 1805. And they piled in there with a mighty drive till hardly a pirate was left alive. And Jefferson said, "Well done." Oh, the shore is strange in Iceland. But the shore's been strange before. And the folks at home don't have to roam to be set for peace or war. But to challenge fear when it's far from here is a job for the Leatherneck Corps. Where are you heading, Leatherneck? I'm off to Sumatra, son. The natives there are a savage lot. Our ships have been sunk and our sailors shot. And that place, which they tell me is burning hot, will be hotter before we're done. So off they went back in 32, and vengeance was had for each murdered crew. And over the isle, Old Glory flew. And Jackson said, "Well done." Well, the sea is rough off Iceland, but the sea's been rough before. There are no rough seas where you sit at ease, all set for peace or war. But to face a fray half a world away is a job for the Leatherneck Corps. Where are you heading, Leatherneck? I'm off to China, son. A bunch called Boxers are raising hob. They're killing Christians, this crazy mob. So the U.S. Marines have got a job, and this one looks like fun. So in 1900 they sailed away and fought the Boxers in Old Cathay. Pagodas crashed, and they won the day. And McKinley wired, "Well done." Well, the gale roars high in Iceland, but the gales roared high before. And it's cozy here by the hearthside cheer.
And welcome back to the second part of City of Light and Shadow, episode 9, title to be determined at the end of the episode. There was, by the way, there was a question in chat about the radio sounds that I'm playing, and if this is on YouTube, people on YouTube will not see chat, so I'm going to just say it out loud so YouTube folks can also find it. All of my wartime audio is from archive.org. They have lots and lots of radio, and you can do search by year, and also like World War II, and all of the radio content that I'm playing in our intermission is all from around the same date as where we are playing in real time. Sometimes I've got to get a little bit ahead, or but I try to make sure that we're about at the same time moment. And so let's talk. By the way, I hope everybody in chat has had a lovely little break. Fox and I just cried and had emotional moments and
connected, but also connecting, disconnecting, disconnecting.
Oh,
it's a lot.
Oh. How do you do it? You do it like this, I think. You go. Oh.
Wait, it's like.
The only stream that needs a bibliography. Oh, I have a bibliography. I just got a new one. I just got a new book that I'm really excited about. But I also have, Fox, you don't have to listen to what I'm about to say right now, right?
Oh, I'm going to listen extra hard is what I'm going to do.
Just don't listen. Okay. Hey, chat. I have the end of season present for the cast already. It's come in the mail, and I'm very excited about it. It's so good. And also, I got an extra of the thing that is the end of season present, so that I can give one to one of you all as our last episode giveaway. Because I was like, if I'm going to get some things for the cast, I want to get one for you all too, because you all are as much a part of this as, as I am. So, if for those of you who did not watch last season, if you're new and you didn't watch last season, hey, welcome in. Welcome in. So last season, I gave the cast and one member of the audience a Morse code coin, which I don't know.
It's amazing.
Here, it's
there. Okay, there. Hang on.
Right there. Oh,
getting some of it.
Yeah. All right. So
it's amazing.
Yeah.
You don't have to take my word for it, but you can.
And this will tell you what all the letters are in Morse code. So if you wanted to do some Morse code, there you got it. And the back side is how to decode your Morse code, so that, if you hear the Morse code, you can be like, oh, but you really should memorize it if you're going to, do really good espionage. But that was the present for last season. And this season, I have another great present for them, but they don't get to know what it is until later. And
secrets.
One of y'all will also get whatever this cool thing is, because it's a cool thing. Yes. And don't worry, I'm gonna work out something for our mods. Something really cool. So we are back. And we had a very long Friday night, and it is now Saturday the 26th. It is we're getting towards, it's like around 11 o'clock. Oh, no, it's 9ish. It's the morning. Sort of 9ish, a little bit earlier than 9. And there is our Sylvie was sort of awoken by Charlie, who they had a very complicated conversation the night before, dealing with their deep feelings for each other, but also feelings of abandonment, and then also feelings of protection, and also the French mob. So there was a lot. And
secret drug meetings. Crazy Pete.
Yeah, Crazy Pete.
Throwing Crazy Pete for a loop. Feel good about that one.
Pierre Le Fou. And we learned, among other things, right? We learned that, a communist politician was assassinated. We learned that Jewish women in Paris rioted because they have no food. And they have no money because all of their husbands were rounded up and put to a concentration camp, and so they have no income, and it's not great for them. And we learned that the chief of police of Paris was assassinated. And yeah, assassinated. And
who was he assassinated by? Did the radio say? Did the radio man say?
French resistance terrorists.
Oh, I believe that is exactly the opposite of what we would have wanted them to think.
Well, that's what they think. They think
Wow,
that.
that is fascinating.
But
That is fascinating.
But they also need to get more information, and
Well,
they're hoping to get
are
more
big
information. Yeah, yeah.
well, that's
And they're going to go and get more information. And they have two witnesses, the unnamed son and wife of the chief of police, who are sure to be very cooperative, and who are being held at the police prefecture. And that was where we left off, with some half-made breakfast. And Sylvie asking Charlie, "Are you in?" And Charlie saying, "I will do whatever to protect you."
okay.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I guess...
and Kuldrick just noted that small little detail I left out, that they're going to round up 100 people and kill them.
Yeah, because this is apparently just what we do now. This is what we do now. So okay, so there we were. Over breakfast, Sylvie's going to go ahead and we'll just cover this quick. But Sylvie's going to share with Charlie maybe the detail that, hey, you remember Luke, that guy who hung out sometimes. Well, turns out he's
Our
the chief
bar
of
back.
police. Turns out he's the chief of police's son.
What?
And also turns out the chief of police is a big old bag of dicks.
Wait,
who
so
likes to beat up on his wife and son, and wanted to turn his son into a raging Nazi child. And his son Luke was very angry about that. And Regina and Oscar found him beaten in the streets. And through a conversation gone awry, apparently, I'm guessing, by him storming off with a gun, he had some ideas. I would have hoped anyway, that Oscar was going to stop this from happening. It seems that may not have been the case.
Do you think Oscar's dead?
I don't know. I mean, Oscar seems like he has a good head about him, I suppose. I don't know too much about him, but he seems like he can handle himself. I really need to know what is going on in that police precinct, though.
So that looks real bad.
Well, it doesn't look great. It doesn't look great.
He's a good kid. Sylvie, if I would have known, if I'd been in the loop when he asked me for one of the guns, I could have said no, but I didn't know.
No, Charlie, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. You know how much it pains me to say, not that you're right, but that I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I love saying that you're right, but I hate saying that I'm wrong.
So, do we, what? I
mean, I still have some connections in the precinct. I need to at least find out.
Didn't you date one of those police officers a couple of years ago?
I did. I'm sure he's still around in there, hovering around like a boring sack of bricks.
I didn't. Yeah. I'm gonna need some rolls right now, if you don't mind. It's a new day.
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
No. Yes.
I would like you to roll. Not for you.
Okay.
I need you to roll for Luke.
Oh, sweet Lord.
And his mother.
Neat.
I'm gonna roll first, though. I'm going to roll for the people who are having a lovely, friendly conversation with him. How about that? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna do that. Also, why does this look like that? Weird. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to roll for them. And yeah. I rolled a 1, which is bad. That is not good for me.
Good.
I am going to spend my. I will wait. I will wait before I spend anything. So, my friend.
What am I rolling for him?
You need to roll for Luke because Luke is being questioned by the authorities across town right now. And I thought that you might, want to, I don't know, maybe try to, look out. Let's just see whether he tells everybody everything.
Sweet Lord. What is he rolling?
He has a will of 1.
Oh. Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's a 0.
Oh, is that with? I just rolled a 4. Does he get a 1?
+1, so that's a tie.
Neat. Oh, Luke. Oh, Luke.
Okay. We'll just hold on to that for a little bit.
Oh.
We're back in the scene. Mm-hmm. And so she says, so should I go to the, I should go to the Bricktops, right?
No.
I mean,
no, you're coming with me. You're coming with me. It's still early. Bricktops can wait. You're coming with me.
Okay.
You're in. We're in this together.
Where are we going?
We're going to the precinct.
Oh, do you think that's a good idea?
No, but we're doing it anyway.
Okay. Okay. Well, I should bring a knife, right?
Yes, you should. A big one. Jagged, sharp, spiky.
She goes into her bedroom, not certain about the jagged, sharp, spiky. That she's thinking concealable, but that's neither here nor there.
Conceal anything in a pant leg.
This is fair. And she comes back out, and she's dressed in a pair of pants, and she's got a button down shirt on, and she's thrown on a jacket. It's like a. It's a light jacket, it's like not a sport coat, it's like a light jacket. And she's got her little hat on. And she's like, oh, okay, well, all right.
Well, you're in it.
What are we going to do?
Welcome to the resistance.
Don't you...
And Sylvie just starts to leave.
Don't you have plans? And she locks up the door behind her as she follows after you. And she's like,
no plans. That's more of a Regina thing, not me.
That seems so chaotic.
I've heard that somewhere before.
Oh, well, okay. And she follows behind you as you travel across the city to get to the police prefecture. And there's anything you want to do before you get there? I'm just going to ask.
Let's see. Is there anything going on in the city on the way? Like, is there anything? I mean, they're not really having events and stop, things like that.
What are you asking for? Because I can make a better answer for you.
I mean, are there I imagine there's probably the regular street vendors, but there's not open markets or anything like that. I'm just trying to get a lay of.
Markets are difficult. What ends up happening is that people come on Mondays to get their ration food. There are still some shops, but that's really complicated because you can't really get anything without ration cards unless you're German. I mean, there are, of course, outdoor cafes still. You've got people sitting and chatting and laughing. You have German soldiers wandering around everywhere, French gendarmerie. And as you're walking, a German soldier walks up to you. There's 3 of them. They walk up to you.
Oh, good. Bonjour, gentlemen.
And Charlie just looks tense. And the soldiers, they look at you, and one of them has this piece of paper that you cannot see what's on the piece of paper. And he looks at you and goes, bonjour, mademoiselle. And they kind of look at each other a little bit, and there's some kind of awkwardness. And then he's like, oh. And the others like kind of like nudge him. And he says, pardon? We where to go? The Cafe Pigalle. Where to go? Pardon?
Sylvie is like, regardless of everything else going on, Sylvie's delighted by this. She like looks at Charlie's probably still tense, but she looks at Charlie just like, look at this, isn't this fun?
And they're these three soldiers. They don't like they're in uniform, but they've got, and you can see they show you the paper, and it's a map. It's all in German. It's a map of Paris with like all the different sort of like tourist destinations on there, and.
But gather round. She's just like, so she's like kind of just points it out and like going up this way and that way, and she kind of shows them kind of where to go and such like that. And then she's like, music? Do you like music? Singing?
Oui.
And so she points like to where the bar is on there. This is Bricktops.
Mm-hmm.
That's my bar. I sing there.
And like you like they speak German, and the other one's like, oh, and they're like, oh, and they seem to you young, like they seem like, you know, like late teens, early 20s, right? And they're like, oh, and they sort of like point back to the map.
Go here, and you can have a drink.
And then they're one moment. And then the one who kind of speaks French sort of rushes off down the street for a moment, and he goes to like a flower cellar, and he comes back with a flower that he bought from the flower seller, and he hands it to you, and he goes, many thanks.
She kisses him on the cheek. You are just delightful. Well, good luck. Have a nice day.
And they wave, and they sort of like follow the directions off, and they're very polite. Not wanting to sort of seem rude to the people of Paris, making a good impression, and also they're a little lost. And they go out back into the city, and Charlie's just stressed the entire time. She's just...
So is there anywhere around where Sylvie could obtain a dog leash?
A dog leash. That is going to be a resources roll.
That is not something that I have, but we'll just see what happens here. It's mediocre. What about... All right.
Wait. Do not forget, though, you do have 2 boosts that you have not used.
What are my boosts?
Nothing gets past you, and ears everywhere.
Hang on. Nothing gets past me, and I am always prepared. So well...
You could just use that boost. Nothing gets past you.
Yeah. That was my dog. Sorry.
Method.
Speaking of that, let me... Actually, no, I don't need it just yet. I'll do something else.
Okay.
So...
But I'm just letting you know you do have those boosts hanging out.
Okay. So what she's going to do, as they start going, they're going to, as they get closer, once she gets to the, I guess, entry of the
big police station.
the big police station.
Mm-hmm. Headquarters.
She is going to turn to Charlie. Charlie,
Yeah.
this is your first mission.
You could maybe be less loud in front of the police station.
Charlie,
Yes.
this is your first mission.
Okay.
Well, they're not right in front of it yet.
No,
Like,
she's messing with you a little bit.
if you're really serious about this, you know that sometimes we are in danger. Well, and by sometimes, I mean all times. But sometimes we have to put ourselves in danger, and I need to know I can trust you. Would you do anything?
You know I would do anything to keep you safe.
Charlie, I need you to slap me in the face right now.
What?
Just do it.
Why?
Just Charlie, I need you to do this.
Why?
I need you to slap me right now, right in the face.
A little slap or a big slap?
I need a mark.
Oh.
Not one that lasts. Please, I need this face. Just one that's going to be visible for a little bit.
She hauls off and she slaps you. Would you like a fate point? Would you like a fate point? Would you like a fate point today?
For what?
Well, a butch black woman just slapped a very nice looking young woman on the face on the street where there are people on the street. Some people may find this distressing and upsetting, and there might be trouble. Not for you, of course.
Don't want a fate point because Sylvie immediately slaps her right back. Okay, so she didn't tell Charlie this was coming, but it's, you know, it's easier not to mention that beforehand.
You'll need to pay off. You'll need to give me a fate point.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So now they both have slap marks.
All right.
How's it look?
It doesn't. I'm sorry.
I am too. I should have mentioned something first, but you know, I can't hit you after I say I'm going to. And anyway, she takes the flower and then like hits it against like a wall or something, so it's all mushed up. Yeah. All right, let's go in.
And she's still a little discombobulated because that was a surprise slap. And you walk into the police prefecture and it is chaotic, to say the least.
So Sylvie will thrive, you say?
Yes. There are people moving everywhere. There's a lot of talk. You see so many French citizens there with tips and wanting to sort of give information about the terrible, terrible terrorists. I'm going to make my roll. I'm going to need you to roll for Luke. I roll a 5.
Oh my goodness.
That's a 2 versus my 5.
Oh my lord! Hang on. I just rolled way too many times. I was trying to open this thing and.
Oh yeah, the first one you rolled was a -1, so that's a 0 versus my 5.
I see that. I'm gonna try and.
I can give you one thing if you are interested.
What can you give me?
Luke's mother has a boost that was given to her by Oscar.
Oh,
which is about protecting her son. You could use that boost to up your roll to a 2, but you're still down by 3. You also do have 2 fate points.
Oh, re-roll it. A fate point because we still have.
Krellin,
that's not going to work.
Krellin would not say to re-roll it. He would say not to. He would say not to do it. That's what Krellin would say.
Oh God. Yeah. Let's. You know what? Let's use that boost.
Or not. It's up to you.
We'll use that boost. That'll at least get us closer. And we'll
But he's still being beat by 3 at this point in time, which is success with style.
And the other 2 boosts that we have.
You have Nothing Gets Past You and Ears Everywhere. And you also have 2 fate points.
How about?
Tell me. I'm ready.
How about Ears Everywhere?
Tell me how this is relevant.
Because.
Tell me. I'm ready for it.
Our boy Luke. He's
Mm-hmm.
smart. He's been on the streets.
Mm-hmm.
He too has ears everywhere, and he knows, like, he's heard other people having to get themselves out of situations by weaving tales that go in long directions in very roundabout ways. And so utilizing this, he's pulling from what he's heard out there on the streets to weave his own tale of long, meandering, roundabout nothingness.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take away that boost of yours.
That's fine.
He still loses that roll by 1, but only
One's
by 1.
better than 3.
1 is much, much better than 3. You don't want.
I don't want 3.
You do not want 3.
No.
And so you are in this sort of chaotic sort of space with people, trying to get good favor with the French police, and you have a number of police officers around, and there's like a lot going on in this moment in this place. What do you do?
First turn to Charlie. Charlie, what was the name of that guy I dated here?
Oh, and there's this, it's that complicated thing where the first thing her face says, how should I know? And then she stops and she's like, well, of course I know because I know the name of every single person you dated. Right? Like it's that thing where like she was going to protest that she would not know, but she does know. She always knows. She's like, his name was Remy Beaumont.
Ugh. Yeah, that rings a bell. Boom, boom. So she goes up to the counter. Monsieur.
Wait.
Oh, please, I need to speak to Monsieur Beaumont. It's an emergency.
Deceive. If you would.
Well, he better wipe that smug look off his face because she's got tears rolling down her face and
What would you like?
What are my options here?
Fail, get a boost. Succeed with minor cost, or partial success.
How about a partial success?
Okay. He looks at you and says, well, mademoiselle, before I... And he just looks at Charlie, and he looks at her. This would be where a compel would happen to her if she were a PC, but she is not a PC right now, so she's not going to get one.
You could fight yourself if you want.
I could. He doesn't. It's clear he doesn't like her. What is the problem? He takes out a piece of paper. I need to know what's the problem before I go to speak to someone. Oui?
I need to speak with him. I was attacked by somebody, and I think it had something to do with the chief, and I don't know. They attacked me, and they said some things that I didn't understand. But I know Monsieur Beaumont from the past, and he knows me, and so I trust him. And I don't know what they were talking about. All I know is that they attacked me, and
Wait.
I just...
Wait. Sit over there. S'il vous plaît.
Go over and sit, I suppose.
And you wait maybe 15, 20 minutes. It's a bit of a wait because there's a lot going on. I need you to roll for Luke.
I am a business person making me wait this long.
Okay.
Holy moly. Thank the Lord. All right.
I have 1 fate point. I'm not going to use it just yet.
And that gets a +1 too, because...
Oh, does it? Oh, it does.
Yeah,
yes.
You can have the 1 added on.
Okay.
Luke, yeah.
I'm just noting it for the audience who wants to know. This is being done as a contest, and where is it? There we go, right here. If you want to see it, if you are very excited for that business, this is a contest, and our boy Luke currently has got 2 successes, and our interrogators have 1. First to 3. So you wait a little bit, and it's just a little bit takes a little bit of time, and after a moment you hear, Mademoiselle, somebody has come to speak with you. And the person who's come to speak with you is not Remy Beaumont. It's a man in a very, very, it's a uniform full of things. Lots of things. And he says, Mademoiselle, if you will come with me, I have been informed that you have information that will be pertinent to our current situation.
I don't know.
Mademoiselle? And he gestures towards a door that will lead you into the precinct.
I'll follow.
And he will walk you in there. And Shinobi, it's first to 3 is your contest. And he walks you in back, and as you sort of walk back, there's people everywhere. This is a multi-story building. And Charlie, as you're getting to move, she doesn't know if she should follow you or not. She sort of just gives you a look. So she follows. Because she's not certain if... She didn't know what the play was, because chaos. And he takes you into an interview room. We'll call it an interview room. Yeah, that's what we'll call it. And he gestures for you to sit down, and he looks at Charlie with suspicion. And he sits across from you. He goes, Mademoiselle. Oh, Madame. He looks at your hand. He doesn't notice the wedding ring. Mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle, please.
So, what is this that you have heard? I was told that you were, and this is not your man at all. I was told that you heard something to do with the attack last night.
Where is
Deceive?
I'm so upset. I can't even. I don't know who you are. I was just walking along the street.
Deceive?
She goes into a fit.
Give me that deceive. Give it to me. Beat you by 1. Come now, mademoiselle. You,
Oh, wait, hang on.
Tell me.
She would like to use a boost that she has eyes everywhere, and
You've used it. Eyes everywhere is used.
Or not? No, the other one. What was the name of the other one?
The name of the other one is, let me get there for a moment. The other one is Nothing Gets Past You.
Yes, Nothing Gets Past Me.
Tell me how.
Because she noticed that when he looked down to see if she was wearing a wedding ring, his eye might have lingered. She noticed the way that he ushered her into the room, that perhaps he is behaving in the way of a gentleman, and he might have a little bit of a soft side.
He's not that friendly.
Well, not that friendly, perhaps, but she also can tell that there are people around who are observing this, and they're going to see if he is not getting anything done, and he is not getting anything done.
You're in an interrogation room with the door closed.
Are there any people out, like,
in
nearby.
the hallway, but
She is yelling,
Yeah.
like in
Yeah.
tears.
Yeah.
And she's also not going to give him anything.
Nothing get past you is not going to. That's not going to give you the boost for this one. That's
my
going to help
God.
you deceive him.
Fine. Oh, wait, actually, here, hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Then I will use something else.
Tell me.
In that case, I would like to. Actually, wait. I guess I'll have to do this after something else happens. I'll use it in a second.
All right. So he looks at you and he waits until you finish crying.
Where is Remy?
He's just going to wait until you finish freaking out.
She's finished. She's asking where Remy is.
The lieutenant is not available. I assure you that I am, as the new chief of police, the new prefect, I am the person that you should be speaking to.
You are the new chief of police. Oh, I am so honored. Oh, monsieur, please tell me. First off, let me say, she dabs. Monsieur, I am so horrified to hear what happened. Just as a member of this community, as a business owner, as someone who has lived here for over a decade, I am horrified by what happened, and I would like to extend my condolences, and I am honored to be seated here with you.
If you would please, I would like to know what you may call me Prefect Boussière. If you could tell me what you have learned. What happened? What did you see? When was this attack? If you would. And he will make his rapport roll against you, which is a 7. It will be will. Will or deceive, depending on how you're defending against this.
It's the same for me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Uh-huh. He is going to spend a fate point.
Oh, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be that way.
Oh, I am. I'm going to spend a fate point. It's my only one for this scene. To bring that up to a 9, beating you by 4.
I'm going to let that ride. I'm going to let it ride.
Take 4 shifts.
All right.
So, how would you like to take those shifts, my friend?
Let's see.
You've got this is going to be emotional stress here. So you can use the 3 or the 2 stress bar and then take a consequence on the 2 you could do. How are you with consequences, my friend? You currently have a 4-fold.
Yes, but it is in recovery.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll take a 3. Or no, I'll take a 2 and a 2.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, what consequence do you think you're going to get from this one? I can suggest one, but if you want to suggest one, I will listen.
Let's see. And this was, you had rolled rapport.
Mm-hmm. He's doing a pleasant interrogation of you right now.
I think she's gonna feel kind of. She's been in an interrogation room before.
This is a nice one.
Yeah, but she's still been in an interrogation before that was kind of traumatic.
Yeah.
I don't think she's gonna really be on her game in an interrogation room.
Yep. Okay.
So interacting with him, and now he is a part of that. So I think interacting with him she's just thrown off her game by this whole.
And
this is bringing back a lot of bad vibes for her.
Yeah, and that is your consequence, off your game. Fill in your 2.
I've lost it. Oh wait, there it is.
And he gets a free invoke on that one because they put it on you.
All right.
So please tell me. And by the way, his goal is to get from you what you know about this situation. That is his goal. I assume your goal. What is your goal in this conflict?
My goal is to find out what they know, like what they actually know about kind of what happened.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, please tell me, what happened?
Well, I don't know. This is my first time meeting you, so I don't know that I've seen you in my bar before, but I own a jazz bar, a jazz bar, and I sing, and it was after closing last night, and my bartender gestures to Charlie.
She nods.
We were heading out. We had just closed up. We're up in Montmartre, and it happened so quickly. We close up and we leave out the alley, the back alley.
What time was this?
We close at 11 so that everyone can be sure to get home by curfew.
Oh, it's mademoiselle, that is after curfew. But
well, we get out by 11.
Yes.
And we live very close, so we try and get home as quickly as possible because we have to clean and everything. But so that's why when we've been trying to rush and get home, we haven't really worried, because anytime we've run into anyone, it's been the soldiers, and they normally walk us home. But this time, someone came up from behind us. It was very hard to see because it was so dark, and someone came up from behind us, and I remember they pushed me down, and I heard Charlie yell behind me, and I heard them say something about forgive me, I'm trying to remember exactly what they said so it can be helpful to you.
Give me your role. What are you doing right now for your attack? Rapport, it seems like, rather than provoke.
I'm trying to do rapport.
Yeah. Because you're not being aggressive in this one.
I'm trying to give him.
Yeah. I'm with it.
Info.
Epic's not bad. I've got a superb. What would you like to do with that one? Are you going to let that 2 stand, or would you like to spend one of your fate points?
I'll let that 2 ride.
Okay. He will take that stress, because he has got stress boxes. He'll take it. Mademoiselle, could you tell me which language they were speaking? Was it, how many of them were there? Was there 1, 2, 3, 4? How many? Also, what language were they speaking?
One language was definitely French, because I heard a little bit in that, but only a very little bit. And that's why it's hard for me to kind of remember.
Did they have an accent?
Yes, it's not one that I recognize, but the other one sounded very harsh.
He will make his rapport against you for a 7. Will. That's by 4. What would you like to do there?
I am going to... Let's see.
You have 1 consequence slot open left, I will note. A 6.
Yeah. No, I am going to... That's 4.
I'm going to just note this as you're pondering. Charlie's going to go. Yeah, there was more than one of them, and one of them had a really rough voice. I didn't. And you get a +1 teamwork bonus from her, bringing you up to a 4.
So I need 3. I would like to. Let's see.
People. Sylvie's not in a good way. Hey, audience. Sylvie has 3 consequence slots. 2 of them are full.
This'll be fine. This'll be fine. Okay, I am going to add. I would like to, if I may, use a fate point.
Please.
Based on my.
On what? Tell me what about you makes this work? By the way, I'm also out of fate points. I just want you all to know it.
I'm going to base this on the fact that she is always prepared. So even though she didn't have a plan coming in, and even though she's a little off her game, she is ready to rumble.
Okay. Spend the fate point, and that will bring you up to 6. So you have to take 1 shift.
That I will do.
All right.
Does that go in the? I guess I would just take the 3 for the stress.
No, you just take that. You have a 1 stress box.
Okay.
Yeah.
Done. Mission's done.
He notes this information. I see. All right.
If it's helpful, I think it might have been Russian.
Russian, you said. 1 moment. I'm gonna need from you with that statement. I'm gonna need an attack from you. So I will need your rapport. Is what I'm gonna need when you say that. It's a tie. What would you like to do?
Let's see. Okay, for this one,
I think you could use nothing gets past you.
This one I do think because.
Tell me.
She heard the radio this morning. She knows that the other guy was just killed, and there is something going on, and this new chief of police would know this, and he would know that there's a stirring going on, and nothing gets past her, in that she is able to connect these pieces and be like, listen, I can kind of slide this over. Oh, just slide it over this way a little bit. And also, whenever she got in, she didn't say that it was the resistance. She said she didn't know, and that people were attacking her, and that she thought it had something to do with this.
And Charlie goes, yeah, I think it was Russian. It sounded to me like Russian too, giving you a +1 bonus, which means you beat him by 3. Which he takes. He has the stress box, and he goes, 1 moment, mademoiselle. And he gets up, and he opens the door, and he calls out, and there is someone right there. There's like a police officer right there. And
Of course there is.
Oh, there is. And he whispers something to the police officer, and the police officer sort of nods and notes, and sort of takes a couple of notes down, as if something that you said something is happening. You said something, and this has had some kind of an impact on the situation. And he comes back in, and he sits back down. Pardon, mademoiselle, I had just to confirm some things. And he was not confirming, he was telling somebody something, right? So you said there were how many?
Oh, I know that one pushed me, and I believe I saw 2 more at least. There were at least 3. I think there might have been 4.
3 or 4. All right. Russian, you said? French with a Russian accent.
Yes, but they were mostly speaking another language. But I came here because, and I know you must be. I saw that you were swamped with people, and I didn't want to bother.
Of course.
But I heard one of them say the name of the old police chief.
I see. Excuse me. He stands up, he goes over, and he goes, says something quiet. You can't really understand him. He comes in and he sits down. He says, if you will wait 1 moment. It's
of course.
Good. Just 1 moment. And he sits there, and it's just sort of quiet for a moment or 2 in the room. I'm going to need you to roll for Luke, while I roll for his interrogators. I roll a 3. Ooh.
I'm gonna go ahead and try and re-roll on that.
Spend your last fate point. What's your justification?
Hang on, let me pull his. I had his sheet up here a second ago.
Mm-hmm.
My justification for our man Luke is that that he has daddy issues.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yep.
And and you know what?
Yep.
I think he wants to do, and this whole thing that he's in right now represents everything about his dad. He wants to do everything he can to not participate in their business.
Okay.
So I'm gonna,
that is.
I'll roll it again.
Go ahead. Same roll.
Same.
That's. Okay. He beats you by 4.
Oh wait, no. He gets. He does have a +1 though.
Yep, and -1 versus a 3 is a.
Oh yes. Sorry.
4. That's not great for you.
It's not.
It is not. It is not great for you. And as you
Luke,
wait somewhere, beat you by 4. Yep. So then you're sitting there, and after a moment or two, the police officer comes in with a cup of coffee. And hands you the cup of coffee and nods to the police chief and heads out. And he goes, so please, mademoiselle, coffee. So,
thank you.
They were running about by a bar in Montmartre. There were 3 or 4 of them. They had, they were speaking not much, but a little bit of French, perhaps with a German accent, Russian. You said Russian accent. They said the name of the former chief of police. Is there anything else you can tell me? I would like to know if there's anything else that you might be holding back, that you might not have remembered. Any more details about this you might have heard? That would be very useful for us if you could. And I will roll my rapport with you.
Nothing that I can immediately remember.
You're going to have to take 5 shifts, and that's going to be all you got left is your major consequence, your big one. And he leans into you, saying, "Is there anything else that you might be able to remember?" And I want to know what this consequence is right now. I always have a suggestion, unless you have one. This is a big one.
Let's see.
This one's going to last 2 months. It could be, for example, that the French police are suspicious of you.
And yes, this guy does have rapport for days.
It's not too far off of Sylvie's.
Yeah, I mean that's
you are in their sights, shall we say. Do you take that one?
I'll take that.
And he smiles at you. So, if you would, just tell me anything else that you might have missed, if you don't mind. Anything, any little detail. You said you own the bar Bricktops, yes?
Yes.
Yes, I know that place. I've heard much about it. So, details. You said there were two men?
Well, I said there were 3 or 4 people. I think one of them might have been a lady, but I couldn't tell. It was very dark, you see. And they came from behind and pushed me, but then Charlie helped me, and we went back into the bar.
Go on.
Well, and then we lock the door.
Would you like a fate point? And also, you get to make your attack, by the way, as well. But I'm just going to ask if you want a fate point now.
Let me make my attack real quick.
Just.
And also, I would like to, at this point, pull a stunt.
Give me your stunt.
Local celebrity, +2 on provoke or report if someone has heard of me. And he just admitted that he has indeed heard of me.
Well, yes.
He in fact says he's very aware of my bar, which he can't be unless he's heard of, so that would give me a +2. So that's an 8.
8 versus his 1. So that's by 7. I am going to spend. He has 2 free invokes. You're off your guard. You're off your game.
I am.
Which will bring him up to a 3. And because he's suspicious of you, that's the other one, which will bring him up to a 5 versus your 8.
That's still under by 3, though.
It is, which means he fills up his stress and he's going to take a consequence. Which, by the way, you get a free invoke on. And his...
What said consequence is this?
The consequence is that he... the consequence is that he is distracted, and I'm going to tell you why in about a moment. He's a bit distracted. So you say this, and he's like, well, one moment, there's something here, and it looks like he might be about ready to, that he might, you're not certain if he's like caught onto or not. It's a little unclear when the door goes again. The door knocks. He's like, excuse me. Eh?
Of course.
And the police officer, who's the guard, opens the door, and he says, Monsieur, I think we may have gotten some information. We may actually have a breakthrough. I think we have something. And he says this, and as he says this, you see someone walking down the hallway. Someone walking down the hallway, sort of like hovering as if he wants to speak to the prefect as well. And it's someone that you know. It's Henri, the mobster from the night before, happens to be waiting in the hallway, just sort of like hovering in the background. And the prefect goes, I'm not finished with you. You'll have to wait. And sort of shuts, the door is shut, and he goes, and we are back. And so, I'm going to tell you this. You have 3 stress open, and that is all you have. It is his turn. If he is able to get more than 4 shifts on you, and I currently have no anything, you will be taken out and he will get what he wants, which is to find out what you know more about this conflict. And I'm going to just ask you this because I need you to sort of think about your choices. You can concede, which means you take yourself out of this conversation, right? You get to sort of a bit of control. He's going to find out things that he wants, maybe not all of it. You won't get what you want. He's going to get some of what he wants, but you get to sort of decide how that happens. But also, you would get 3 fate points.
I'll concede.
Or you can take a compel if you like, and I'll give you a fate point, and then you can decide what you want to do. And the compel wouldn't be about you. It would be about Charlie.
No.
I can get Charlie into trouble right now, bad trouble, and it'll get you a fate point, which might make it easier for you.
No.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
I am. I'm sure.
Okay. Are you sure?
Not with Charlie.
Because, I mean, she has been around drugs, and maybe somebody has identified her, and she could get in some drug selling trouble right now, and you could get a fate point. You could just have that fate point. All right. I need you to tell him some of the things that you actually know. So he says, and then you're going to tell me how you're going to get out of because you can decide how you get out of this scene. So, if you would, one more time, just want a little bit more detail. You said there were how many people? I feel like, Miss Moreau, you may know a bit more than you're letting on. There's been rumor, talk, that maybe the young man who works in your bar, Luke Bard. Strange coincidence, isn't it, that he is also the son of the man who was murdered last night. I feel like you might know a little bit more about this young man than you are letting on. Come and be upfront with me.
Listen. If you want to know why I've really come...
Oui?
You certainly must know that he's worked in my bar for some time now.
Mm-hmm.
He has become very close to all of us, and we've come to care a great deal about him.
Mm-hmm.
And when he began to show up, telling us that his father had come back and struck him and his mother. I don't know exactly what happened that night.
Go on.
But I came because I'm worried.
I feel like you know something more. What do you mean you don't know exactly what happened last night? Where was he that night?
He came to the bar, and he left before I saw him, but he was not in good shape.
What do you mean he was not in good shape?
The former chief of police had done terrible things to him. And I trust that you're a far better man. And I am unhappy to hear of these events, but I mostly worry for the boy.
Excuse me. I want to make sure I understand this correctly, what you're saying. That you are speaking the truth here. Are you saying that the young man was injured before he left your bar?
I'm saying that he had come and his hair had been all cut, and he...
How injured was he? I need the truth. This is important.
He had been injured from before. He came in injured all the time.
How injured? That night, last night, how injured was he? Was it just a little bit of injury? Just the hair? What was it?
Well, it was mostly the hair. You know how children are.
So he was not injured. He was fine. He was perfectly healthy then, before he left your bar. And remember, you lost this conflict. So truth is important.
He had a bit of a limp.
A limp. I see. He takes notes. I see. Anything else?
And that's all I saw.
All right. Anything else? Anything at all?
That's all I saw.
And now you decide how you get out of this scene. It is your choice. because you conceded. So you decide how you get out, how you make it out of this situation.
I am going to say that our friend Henri, who was peeking in the room, is going to see about getting me out as well, because he just made a deal.
Mm-hmm.
He just made a deal, and he wants his drugs to get distributed.
Mm-hmm.
And he certainly would hate for someone to tell about drugs that are going around town to the new chief of police. Certainly he wouldn't want that information getting out.
Okay.
And yeah, as far as Jiri says, hey, Sylvie didn't see that black eye.
Yes. And so the chief, you could tell there's something going on in his mind. You don't know what it is, but there's something going on in his mind. You said some things to put some things together in his head. You don't know what those things are or what they might mean, but you've given him information, which is true, and he thinks something about it. And he opens his mouth again, and there's another knock on the door. He looks frustrated. He looks over. And it's the police officer outside. He goes, Monsieur, I'm sorry, but one of our local businessmen really needs to speak with you. It's very urgent.
Can Sylvie see him from out there?
And
he... Henri, my friend!
He pokes his head in.
Oh, Henri, it is a pleasure to see you. Come in.
He steps in, and there's like this kind of slightly weird moment, and Henri goes, Monsieur Prefect, I
see the two of you have met. Henri, I would like you to meet my dear friend, the brand new chief of police. He is keeping this city as clean as a whistle. Isn't that wonderful?
And the chief of police nods. And the chief of police, I need an empathy or awareness from you. One of the two. Okay. Two things. One, the chief of police has a really weird mood. By the way, you're going to get a boost for this because this was an overcome. And
I'll take it.
You've used your nothing gets past you, so that is used. But you're going to get a boost, which is chink in the chief of police's armor. In the chief's armor. As you look at you just notice that it's quite subtle, or subtle enough, but the interaction between the chief of police and Henri is weird. It seems to you as if, is the chief of police afraid of Henri? Or, if not afraid, maybe afraid, but maybe deferential? There's something going on between the two of them where you feel as if the lines of authority have flipped, but also Henri has a different attitude than he did the night before. It is... The night before, he really felt to you like a criminal mobster, right? But in this moment, at least before he realized you were in the room, he felt professional. It wasn't the same feeling. He had this kind of professional, in charge air. And then when he realized you were there, he kind of slouched back in to a sort of a slightly more criminal vibe. And he sees you and he winks. And he says, Monsieur Prefect, I don't know why you have one of my very dear friends here in this interview, but I was wanting to speak with you about some other business that I have in town. Why don't you just let her go and we can go off to your office and have a discussion about the ways in which the things we've discussed ahead of time. And the chief of police makes a move. It's a start. It's just like an inch of movement to maybe protest, but then stops and says, why, of course. Yes, come with me to my office. Monsieur, Madame, Monsieur, Mademoiselle, pardon me. You of course free to go. And he just gets up and he walks out with Henri, and he lets Henri leave the room first, and they walk out. And he moves with a quickness, like he does not wait long. It's like he's like, oh, and he goes, right? Like that is it. And Henri, as he just walks out, he just gives you a wink and heads off down the hallway. And you are left in this room with Charlie and the police guard. And that conflict is over, and you get 3 fate points. 1 for conceding a conflict, as opposed to being taken out, and then 2 because you got 2 consequences in that conflict. And so these are yours.
Consequences that I will be hanging out with for a minute.
Mm-hmm. And the police officer kind of just looks at you.
What are you looking at?
Mademoiselle, shall I escort you out?
Oh, whatever. She gets up and just...
And
come on, Charlie, let's go.
As you're walking out of the police station, you are heading out, and you are at this moment still in the back area. You know, like you're still in the hallways out where the main people are not. And you hear it. It doesn't take an awareness check to hear this. And it doesn't take an awareness check unless you want to. I mean, you can make an awareness check if you like.
I can.
You can. Because I mean, maybe you'll get a boost. I leave that up to you. Oh, you did.
I'm so aware. I'm so aware of the universe.
You get a boost out of this one, which you can use for later. I'll give you a choice. Would you like... this is what I'm going to give you. Inside information is what it's called. That's what I'm going to give you. Your boost is inside information.
Take it.
I wasn't sure how this was going to end tonight, but I now know how it's going to end. And you get this boost, inside information. And as you are making your way out, and you are walking out, you noticed, not only did you notice an excitement in the room. The police officers are there's hushed whispering amongst themselves. They're not paying much attention to you at all. They're very excited. And as you're walking out, and the police officer who's like escorting you out he's escorting you out, but he's not paying as much attention as he could. And one of his colleagues rushes up to him and grabs him by the forearm with this look of excitement and says, my friend, you were wrong about the Russian connection. I know that it looked like it could have been Russian resistance, but communists, but the boy confessed. He did it. He killed his father. We've got him. And that's where we're going to end the episode. As you walk out of the police station, as you're escorted out, with the knowledge that Luke killed his father and has just confessed. Sorry, I should add this information. You should know this. He confessed he killed his father, but he did it alone. It was a crime of passion. There is apparently no resistance connection at all. And that's where we're going to end the episode.
Oh, Oscar! Oh my God, Luke, Dice, what are you doing to me? Oh my God.
The interrogators got to 3 before you got him out of there.
This calls for a touch of ravioli.
So, hey everyone.
Oh my God.
Gonna be slightly different plans for next week. We will see. I'm gonna note that people in chat think that Regina is going to go ballistic, is what they think.
Well.
By the way, I'm going to change the aspect that you have on the consequence that you have on the chief for particular reasons. And the aspect goes from distracted, and I want you to know this because you have a free invoke on this, so you have to know it, to distrusts. This is the new aspect. The new consequence, pardon me. The new consequence. Distrusts Luke's confession.
Okay.
So the chief of police, by the way, all of you in chat, think of a title.
Yes.
So the consequence that you put on him, right, is that he distrusts Luke's confession. You have one free invoke on that because you put that consequence on him. Do you want to know why?
The injury stuff would be my guess.
It doesn't. If he was injured before he left, right? It looks like. By the way, hello Raiders. Hello Raiders.
Hello.
It looked bad for Luke because he was beat up, so it looked like maybe he was right in some sort of conflict, even though he said he wasn't. But if you said, and you actually described his injuries correctly, which you did because you didn't lie about them, you described what his injuries were, which corroborates that he had them before he got there that evening, that makes the chief of police seem like it seems less likely that he could actually have killed 3 people. Right? Like
it would be harder.
That would be harder. So we've got a confession. Everybody's excited, but hey, nerds with dice, but here's the problem. You corroborated that he had these injuries before, which doesn't seem like this kid could kill 3 people with those injuries. Also, the other thing is, you said they were speaking Russian, and that ties in with some other information that he'd gotten. So he doubts Luke's confession, and that is the consequence that you have placed on him.
Yeah, take
right
that,
now.
You guy.
Raiders, welcome in. Nerds with Dice, what were you doing? So I'm going to ask, I'm going to right now read, we were given bits and tips. And I actually love True Confessions as our title. Our episode title for today will be True Confessions, because that is amazing. We have 2 donations, and I want to thank both William and also Rissa for the donations. William donated 100 bits with the message, thanks for the amazing scenes. What with the mob guys and Charlie and Sylvia. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Rissa has donated 1,000 bits with the message, damn it, Luke. Yeah.
Luke?
Yep.
Luke?
Yep.
We're going to have some words for you.
He's protecting you all.
I get it, but oh my God. Why is everybody protecting everybody? You cut it out. You cut it out.
My friends, we, nobody can share the secrets. Nobody share any secrets. We're going to end this episode with Luke having confessed to the murder of his father and 2 police officers. in order to make sure that none of you all are implicated in anything.
Neat.
So, I would like right now for no one to tell Dot, because there'll be murder. Also, you've got some things going on with the people. Some of your criminal friends are. By the way, just so you know, these are not the same people who are your criminal friends. You have the cleaners. This is not them. They are not the same group.
Listen, we're already working for the resistance. We're already working for London. We're already working for Germany. We might as well be working for the mob. Like, you know.
You have been for the last decade.
Oh no, but now we're actively working for them.
Oh yeah, you're selling drugs for them. That's fair. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you know, listen, we might as well find other people to work for too. Do the communists need us to do a few things? Do they need us to grab some groceries? Like, you know,
Maybe.
Who else can we work for?
Maybe. If you would, my very dearest, most dear, but I think I should also say this, by the way, just so you all know, our players, almost all of them, I think except for maybe one, they have a refresh of 1, which means they get 1 fate point an episode. And our Sylvie currently has 3 because she...
I got my butt handed to me.
Yes, there was a little...
In so many words.
A little bit of butt handling. No, that
Butt
sounds...
handling.
Phrasing. That sounds bad.
That's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. So she now is going to start the next week with 3 fate points, which will be more than anyone else, actually. So...
Sylvie can just go crazy. She can do everything she's ever dreamed.
So, would you introduce yourself? Tell me who you are. Tell me where we can find you. And I need you to answer an end of show question, if you do not mind.
Yes.
For your end of show question, I would like for you to say, what is the thing that you want to know? Like, what is your burning question? Right? What is your burning question? And if you would, tell me what is Sylvie's hope? Well, actually, I'm sorry, I forgot. This is what I did with Greg. What is Sylvie's hope, and what is your hope? Those are my 2 questions.
Oh goodness. Okay. Well, hello everyone. I am Rockette Fox. You can find me all over the place on all of the things, Rockette Fox. And I want to share too, recently, a few weeks ago, started my podcast, Fantastically Strange.
So good.
And I normally am releasing on Mondays, but for Halloween, I'm releasing my Halloween episode tomorrow. So you can find that on all of the podcast places. And if there's a podcast place you're not finding it, tell me, and you will then find it there later when I get it there.
But wait, Fox.
But yes.
What was the last episode that you did? I feel like they would need an example of what this amazing podcast is about. What is it like?
Yes. Well, this month I've been doing episodes about more spooky topics because Halloween, which I also would normally do spooky topics anyway. Don't know why you would think that, but this past week, the topic has been about zombie things. So we start with chronic wasting disease in deer, which make them real emaciated and drooly and aggressive.
Do they eat brains?
They don't eat brains, but it's an aggressive disease, and it's also related to Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, and it could also spread to people perhaps. And then we move into a wasp that lays eggs on a spider belly, and then it causes the spider to go off on its own and build a cocoon around itself from which the wasp can eat the spider from the inside.
That's
and
distressing.
After that, we go on a little story about something that does affect people that looks kind of like zombie stuff. So, but other episodes, they aren't all like that. Other episodes do have to do with, like the first one that came out has to do with an experiment where eyeballs were painted on cow butts so that it would protect them from predators, and it's actually been working. And then we go into the history of false eyes. So
love it.
It's strange, fantastically strange. It's about weird things.
And of course, also we put your socials in there. People should follow Fox, Rockette Fox, where all Rockette Foxes are found on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram.
Yeah. On all the things. I am on Twitter. I don't tweety as much because I'm just not quite as good at it, but I'm there. I'm around.
And so tell me your favorite moment. Give me the burning question you have, your hope and Sylvie's hope.
Yes. My favorite moment was the whole everything with Charlie. Just, oh my God. How real are those feels? Like, there's so much to that that's just like so very, that's so real. Like,
yeah,
whether or not years and decades ago in wartime or not, that's everything about that is just so real.
Yeah. Oh, and also she has a Discord. Our Fox has also.
I do. It's the haunt. Come hang out.
Somebody in chat said that Charlie was still in love with Sylvie, and I didn't say that, but chat did say that.
I feel like it's a little evident. It's a little evident.
Yeah.
But it's good though. But it's also painful, like so many things. And yes, Sylvie's burning question would be, Oscar, the fuck went on back there, man? What the fuck? What on earth did you do? When she heard that Oscar went after him, she was like, okay, he's gonna stop this from unfolding. Oscar, what the heck, man? So that would be Sylvie's burning question. Fox's burning question is, Regina is going to flip a pancake. She is gonna shit a house. Like it's not even gonna be bricks. It is gonna be a full-on like condominium. She is.
I see that, Shinobi.
That is going to be that's my question. Like, what is going to unfold here?
You might need to manage that situation.
Listen. Or we can just take her there and just let her loose.
That's also
let her loose
possible.
And watch the carnage unfold.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And what is your burning hope? What is your hope? What is your hope, Fox?
My hope?
Yeah. Wait. Sylvie's hope is to. What is Sylvie's hope? You didn't tell me what Sylvie's hope was.
Sylvie's hope is that Charlie is okay. Sylvie's hope is that Charlie is okay. That because Sylvie does love Charlie still, but it's not the same way anymore. You know, but she still loves her and cares about her, and she wants her to be okay. You know, and she wants her to be happy. You know, so she wants her to be in a good space. Fox's hope is that everybody coming up very soon next week goes out and votes, and good things happen after that. And I think we all know what that means.
Disco parties.
Disco party! That's Fox's hope.
Yeah. Thank you, by the way, Fox. Thank you for such an amazing episode. You were so great.
You are great. You make it great to be.
I'm troopersjp, and I was the GM for this madness, and I have no idea what's going to happen next week. That's a bunch of madness. I don't even know what to do. You can find me here, troopersjp, and tomorrow actually is Saturday, and tomorrow at noon I'll be streaming on my channel The Outer Worlds, a video game. But then at 3 p.m. Eastern, so all this is Eastern. 3 p.m. Eastern, I'll be on Encounter Roleplay, doing a horror game called Stille Nacht, and I'll be playing a young lad who's a rope maker and a net maker. And there's a murder and there are ghosts. And then tomorrow night at 8 p.m. I'll be in the Regiment, which is a Napoleonic campaign. And then you'll be able to find me Monday, and that's on Praxagora, the Smophoria. And over on Monday, you can find me doing RPGs. You can find me doing. I've got a command. That's my command. Doing the Game of Thrones over at Encounter Roleplay, and then all the way back around. So let me tell you my favorite moment. First off, there were too many favorite moments. Too many. But my favorite moment is when you conceded in that conflict because you wait, and your version of being taken out was brilliant, right? You're like, no, this is how I'm gonna be taken out. This is how I'm gonna get out of this scene. I want Henry to come in, and I want him to, and I was like, that's brilliant. Because if there's one thing that is, the thing about conceding is that when you concede, you don't get what you want, and the other person does get what they want, but you decide in the end, right, how that happens, which can put you in a real, and also you get a bunch of fate points. And so concessions are never bad. Well, depending, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like they could be bad, but there's always something, there's usually something very interesting you can get out of a concede. And I really appreciated the ways in which you got actually you got a number of things out of that concede, which were interesting. And I'm really interested to see what you're going to do with them. Do you know what I mean? Like you've got some info.
Well, after I'm done weeping into them, I'm going to try and put their use to good. So
yeah, and I like the consequence we have on our police chief, who is just like suspicious of that confession. And
well, he's his own guy.
He's his own guy. So I want to thank all the folks in chat who've been here. You've all been wonderful. I should let you know that we do have YouTube with the entire, you can either watch the entire archive of the episodes of this show either on YouTube, where they are, or here on the VODs, which are unlocked. You can just sort of do that if you like. I would love it, and I would appreciate it dearly if you would come and watch our show next week, because
shit's gonna hit the wall.
Yeah,
Fan.
yeah.
The fan and then the wall. It's gonna be everywhere.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff happening next week. So please come next week, 7 p.m. Eastern, for episode 10 of 16 of City of Light and Shadow. Hang out at the Discord. In my Discord, I've got a spoiler channel where the cast is not allowed to go. So you can talk all the spoilers that you would like in our spoiler channel, so that, because I'm just going to tell you, right now, the rest of the cast does not need to know that Luke confessed. They don't need to know that until next week. They don't need to know. So yeah, we'll just put that in the spoiler chat. And we also have a non-spoiler chat. It's full love times. And I think we will end with one last thing. Would you like to make the roll? Would you like to make the roll?
The roll?
Mm-hmm. Let me pull up the character sheet so that I can make sure that I have it correct, that it's all good. I would like you to make the roll for our communists, because our chat was so kind to give us some fate points for our communists.
Ooh.
They currently have 4. And our chat also told us what they wanted our communists to do, which was they wanted our communists to create an advantage against the propaganda machine, which, by the way, you all heard today, which involved many things, including Radio Paris. And they wanted a little bit of that. So if you would, actually, I would like you to actually roll our villains, if you don't mind. That would be a little bit easier for me.
Okay.
I need our pyramid. Here's our pyramid of bad guys. Let's see. If you would, we're looking at the French propaganda. Yeah, that's great. If you might, I need you to roll them to defend, right, against a propaganda attack would be would be excellent for me, if you do not mind. Their propaganda is 3. If you would roll for our bad guys, if you wouldn't mind, a +3. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Let me close that out. Okay.
We're gonna end with a 5. 3d4. So
Did I do the wrong thing?
Yes, you
Okay.
did. You did
Hang
3d4. We need 3d fudge is what we need. So I was like, that's weird. Just use the little button on the. I was like, that's not right. That's not right.
Let's try that again. 1 seems much better.
+3, that's a 4. Why don't we have our communists? Why don't we have our communists roll? Chat, this is for you. And once we do this, this means we can do a new poll for the next thing we want our communists to do. They're gonna roll. See how it goes. If they roll a 6. What was your number? A 4?
4, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna spend a fate point that came to us from chat. Thank you.
Hey.
To bump that up to an 8. And that's gonna be succeeding with style.
Only way to do it.
So, what does this mean? You're going to have to wait until next week to find out. But I'll tell you what, our communists have been busy today, and they have got some things to say about the current events and the media. So, we're going to find out about that next week. Thank you, everyone. Take care of yourselves. Vote, hydrate, eat some food, and remember, regular people can make huge differences, as they did in 1941 and onwards. So,
absolutely.
Thank you, everybody. Take care. I will see you all next week.
Bye.